Good morning, good morning, good good morning, 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 good morning. Hi. Wow, congratulations to Laughing Jarchi for getting first. And almost congratulations to Oza for almost getting first. You were quite close. You were quite close. That looked tough. Hi everyone, welcome back, Garrett. It's so good to see you. I'm sorry your internet was suspicious. Hi Shrimp. Wow. Wow. Feral Feral before 1 p.m. You love to see it. You really love to see it. I hope you're all doing so good. Happy Funky Monkey Friday. I hope you guys have some funky plans for this weekend. It's so good to see you all. Yeah. I'm trying to think if I have any plans. I have plans today. After stream, I'm gonna go to a friend's house. I low-key don't know what we're doing. The plan changed like 4 times. I don't know. My friend has some other friends that are gonna be in town, and I've never met these friends before. But she was like, "Oh, Frosty, do you wanna meet? Do you wanna meet some of my other friends? Like they're gonna come over." And at first, it sounded like we were gonna do like a spa day situation. But then it sounded like we're gonna do puzzles instead. And then we're gonna have like charcuterie boards, but now I think we're having pizza. I don't really know. I don't really know. I'm just gonna show up at her house and hope for the best. Mm-hmm. I think it'll be good. I just decided this Wednesday that I didn't want to do this anymore. Had that ready for 3 months. Oh, could you return it? I feel like some stores' return policies are shorter than, or sorry, longer than 3 months. Maybe, perhaps. That's that's pretty rough. Oh my goodness, sorry. I'm dying. No butt monkey Thursday, yo. I I would have to imagine butt monkey is in class or something. I I don't really know why he left such an impression on you, but I'll I'll let him know that you said that. Have you ever played Spire 1? Yeah! I really like the first Slay the Spire. Um, I don't know. I don't want to say that I'm like good at it, but I think I'm pretty okay at it. I think I was a cent 9 on the silent. Maybe 9 is crazy. Maybe it was like 6. But anyway, I had pretty decent ascents with all the characters. And then yesterday, the very lovely Hero Ham got the second game for me. It was so awesome. So big shout out to Miss Hero Hum. I will say this is not my first time playing it because we did we did do 2 runs last night. Um we didn't get very far. So this is this is my second playthrough, and hopefully I actually win. Xfinity came by and said, "You're bad. Here's a new one, chump," and screwed off. I just really managed to save my streak with you like my hair. Yo, I'm so glad. I'm glad you didn't lose your streak. I'm glad. I'm also glad that they gave you a new one without you having to pay for it. 6 or 7. Ugh, man. You're not just giving the game to everyone. Yeah. they're really they're really generous. My 3DS that I just got is acting up. It's not charging. Wow, you are having some issues there, huh? I do not envy you. I don't envy you at all. I have a 3DS too, but I don't think I've turned it on in a very long time. I don't know. I don't know if that puppy still works. But to be honest with you, I didn't really use the 3DS that much. I liked the regular DS a bit better. And plus, my regular DS was pink, and then the 3DS that I got was red. And I like pink better, so pink diff, I suppose. No Amori, though. What the? I played Omori this week. Don't worry. We're gonna play Omori next week, too. Don't worry. Don't worry, don't. Okay, hold on. Let me load up this game. Oh, you got auto-modded, Carrot. I ordered a new charger to see if that's it. If it's not, I'm returning this. I'm not saying that. To the seller and getting a replacement. As you should. As you should. I hope it works. I hope it's just a charger issue. If it's like the port, I don't know what you're supposed to do about that. Okay. Sorry. After Enhypen finishes. After Enhypen finishes, no. Turn off Spotify. Wow, thank you, Enhypen. That was beautiful and wonderful. Okay. Can you guys hear this game? Can you hear this? Oh wait. I can't hear it. Wait, maybe I can. Maybe maybe everything's fine. I will say also, whenever oh, I just unlocked this character. I don't know much about them. But I will say when me and Hero played this game, um when you first boot up the game, it's like, oh, would you like a tutorial? And I was like, no. I was like, oh, you should probably play your first time in single player to learn the ropes. And I was like, no. So, yeah. Not sure what's going on. But I think it's fine. I think we just figure stuff out. The Regent. Heir to the Throne of Stars. Wields cosmic powers, but his minions do the work. Oh. A summoner fella, maybe. The start of each combat gain 3 energy, I imagine? Maybe I warm up with something that I already know how to do. And then we try out this summon fella after as like a little treat. I think I gotta get into the swing of things before I start learning new stuff. Hold on, let me make this look a little more regular. Okay. Yippee! I don't even have the energy to kiss Automod right now. Thank you so much for the follow. The magnificent crab guide. What a lovely username you have. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Are you a Slay the Spire fella? Do you like this game? Also, Carrot, why would you kiss Automod if they, like, got you? You got sniped. It's gonna be a rough ride. Everyone is playing Slay the Spire 2. Is it that good? I don't know, but it came out yesterday. So I assume it's just like, oh, new game, everyone likes it. But I'm a really, really big fan of the first game, so I'm pretty hyped. I'm pretty hyped. Okay, let's see. Stone here. I guess these are relics. I'm not used to them all being relics. Whenever you rest at a rest site, you may raise your max HP by 5. Pump kick up, gain some gold. Or lose all gold. Choose 1 of 2 packs of cards to add to your deck. Okay, so I guess you can get like a pre-made thing. I'm not sure what the packs are. But it'd be cool if it was like, here's a bunch of shoes right off the back. Back? Bats. Not back. I think honestly I'm gold pilled. I think I'm going here. Also, you can draw on the map. Isn't that kind of awesome? I think I think that's a really good feature. Check this out. Oh yeah. Pretty cool, huh? I don't know why there's not music. Anyway, I'm going that way, and I think I'm taking up a role. That's it. I'm launching the first game. As you should. Oh, it's so good. It's so good. I'm a little freak for card games, though. So, maybe take what I say with a grain of salt. Turn the volume up a little. Maybe we crank that, Soja Boy. Have I not brought that bit around these parts? Suppose not, but I got like a love-hate tsundere type B relationship with Automod. Really? I've only heard of people like hating Automod. I'm not familiar with this strategy. I'm a Slay the Spire guy. I don't really think anyone can say they like it. Me, at least. It's like saying I like Celeste. It's torture. Oh, really? I don't know. I don't know. I really like Slay the Spire. I don't know. It's quite difficult, but I think it's awesome. My greatness should be. Oh, my greatness should be on the map, so Al can revere me. I can put you on the map. What do you? Is this you? Is this what you look like? All right, everybody. This is the magnificent crab god. Pay no minds that they look like a cat. That's them. Automon mods me. I kiss them. We make up. We start over. It's great. Why is it? Why is it so toxic? But the game just out there drawing up. Yeah, that's kind of real. It's so cute. My only gripe is that like you only get one color. But if you're playing like multiplayer, then like each character gets their own color. Like the Ironclad, I think, has red. Oh yeah. This is pretty awesome. Hi, Disney! The icy blows, young pirate, and a bunch of grasshoppers pour from my mouth as I scramble to get them back in. Is it rude to say that that's kind of horrifying? Why are you like sweeping grasshoppers in your mouth? Hi, Perry! Okay. Pika-Pee! Good morning, good morning. I hope you're having a great Funky Monkey Friday. Look, this guy's dead as hell. It's just a skill issue then. That works, especially when you see my Discord profile. Oh, do you have a cat as your Discord profile picture? Oh, that's so cute. Okay, hold on. I don't really want any of this, to be honest. I'm skipping. I know it's kind of bad to skip early cards, but I hate having to get rid of them later. We're looking for Shiv or Poison and nothing else. I had no idea you can draw on the map. Yo! Hi, teen. Yeah. Pretty cool, huh? I don't really know how to draw anything other than cats. Oh, I can draw frogs here. That works because it's green. Oh, yeah. I think it's helpful for, like, co-op. So you can be like, oh, I think we're going this way. You know? A good way to, like, communicate with your friends. But I think drawing little creatures is better. Alright, here's my frog. Hi. Here's a little frog feet. Do you like it? Do you like it? Please say yes. Please say yes. Okay, sorry. I'm locked in. Oh, man. So much defense. Pretty good. Fanboy Friday? Sheesh. I thought it was Funky Monkey Friday. I had no idea. Let me put that on my calendar real quick. Shout out to all my femboys out there. You're doing a great job. Draw Monsley? Oh my goodness. Okay, hold on. I will say, I think Monsley's kind of difficult to draw. Here's his little ears. I don't know. For anybody who doesn't know, Monsley is my sock monkey. So if you look at my emotes and you're like, why is there a random monkey in there? That's him. That's him. Okay, he's got little eyes. And then he's got like a red circle. Okay, this is Monsley. This is Monsley. Everybody say hi, Monsley. I found him at Goodwill and now he's my son. Oh, he has eyebrows too. Hold on. Yippee! There he is! Squeak! Okay, hold on, I'll squeak. Hamburger silhouette. Yeah. If you were playing, who's that Pokemon with Monsley? I guess he does look a bit like a hamburger. Anyway, this is what he sounds like. Thank you, Awa. Thank you for this demonstration. He ain't got no hopping legs. They're for the frog. They're surely they're tucked in. Don't worry about it. I feel like you're worrying about it, and you gotta just stop that. You know. That frog looks like the guy from Dian Dungeon. I haven't heard of Dian Dungeon. Is that an anime? In Tropic Brew, fill all your empty potion slots with random potions. Wow. Lovely. Ooh, okay. We'll go Blade Dance. I don't know. I think I prefer poison build, but you know, I've learned I learned that you can't really force builds. You gotta just kind of take what you get. Oh wait, there's poison though. Don't question my grasshoppers, I need them. Why? Are they is it like a bunch of grasshoppers in a trench coat and that's like you? Is that your essence? I haven't seen these relics before. Well, I've seen art before. Amethyst aubergine? Is that eggplant in French? Enemies drop 10 additional gold. If you don't play any attacks during your turn, that's not good for Shiv, but I would be fine with poison. Ringing triangle. Retain your hand on the first turn of combat. Okay. Yippee! Thank you so much for following, Gave the Possum. Good time to join in. Oh my goodness. Hi, good morning. Happy Funky Monkey Friday. Okay, where my little Spire Slayers at? Do you think it's better to like get poison cards? Like purchase them? Or since I already have a Shiv thing, should I just like stick with that and remove cards from my deck? Let me take a sip. A pondering sip. Gain energy, draw 2 cards. I haven't seen this before. It's nice. Flex potion, gain 5 strength. Gimber's brew, discard. Okay. I don't want that. I don't know. Whenever you draw a card this turn. I guess this only works if I have some card draw. I think I'm getting I think I'm getting lost in the sauce that it's gold, but maybe that's not actually that good. I think maybe we just get rid of a defend. Put a skill from your draw pile into your hand, sauce. I'm taking this. Okay. Okay. Okay, we're doing things. We're doing things. Oh my god! Wait, tag yourself. Would you rather be leaf slime medium, or twig slime? I'm kind of rocking with a leaf slime medium. I like I like the struts on his head. Oh, sorry, I'm kind of in the way here. You don't need to see my tail. This guy, I feel like needs a little trim. I don't really like his twigs. Okay, you can dance on him. Sheesh. And then you draw a pile into your hand. No thanks. Oh, got slimed up. Leaf slime. Small or medium, George? Well, I guess you can't see the small one anymore. I freaking killed him. If there's baby leaf slime, then dibs. Small. Okay, you can be the baby slime. I think that suits you. Well, I'm not saying that you're a baby. Wait, slime just draw 1 card? In the first game, I don't think it had any bonus effect. That's kind of nice, actually. Slimed. That's not even that bad of a thing, really. I don't know if I like it more or less that it tells you what turn you're on. Because on one hand, if you're doing really good, I guess it's like, oh yeah. Oh yeah, I killed everyone and it only took me 3 turns. But on the other hand, if it takes you like 20, then maybe that's a little embarrassing. We can be prepared. We can be a little prepared. Oh my god. I don't like that this thing has human eyes. A brain leech, thunk. A sharp pain is felt atop your head, and a thought stabs into your mind. Shared knowledge? You are unsure how to proceed. Hold on, let me take a sip and clear my throat. I'm feeling like a dad folk today. Okay, sorry. Tee. Turn 6-7 versus Baby Leaf Slime. You're almost dead. That's so real. Wait, Dirty, your Ash Baby emoji is so cute. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, that's so lovely. Now I'm gonna turn the game audio just a little up. I feel like there's not enough ambiance. Okay. Oh yeah, that's some ambiance. Okay, share knowledge. Choose one of 5 random cards to add to your deck. Rip the leech off. Lose 5 HP, gain a colorless card reward. So either way, you're adding a card to your deck. I don't know why you would want to lose 5 HP. I'll share knowledge. Chat, if a brain leech got to you, you'd be safe. There's nothing in there. A shiv. Okay, we'll do Cloak and Dagger. That one's chill. How ostentatiously scholastic of a labyrinthine mind. A veritable cornucopia of cerebral sustenance to digest. Satisfied, the creature pops off and crawls away. You were flabbergasted. Oh my god, pop off. Labyrinthine. That was in that daily game we played, the spell check one. This is the first time I've ever seen this word in the wild. Literally just spamming. Oh my god, sorry. Sorry. I don't have any money, so we're going this way. Oh, a little hunch dude, a tracker raider. Oh, now it's a little loud. Sorry for fidgeting so much. Okay. Root raider, crossbow raider. Make this guy weak. Debuff. Maybe we get rid of the tracker first since they're debuffing and all. Don't really want that. Okay. Poggers? Poggers? 14, what the? I can't block that. What if I just use a fire potion? I really don't want to take 9 damage. I guess that's what they're there for, huh? Heal all? No, wait, Kyrie, how did you only have 200 fox points? I thought you had more than that. That's crazy. Let's go for your draw pile into your hands. Ugh. I wish it was from your discard pile. I wish it wasn't from your draw pile. But, you know, whatever. Whatever works. Oh, I didn't know Blade Dance exhausted. I might be cooked. But it's okay. That's surely a later problem. What? Give 2,000? Oh, well, you're so sweet. Like, you're a bit of an enabler, but it is quite sweet. Not twice in a row! Sheesh! Choose a card. Next turn, add 3 copies of that card into your hand. Oh. I feel like the fact that it's sparkly makes me really want to pick it. I think it's just that I've never seen this card before. Maybe that's why it's sparkly, but that's kind of awesome. I did some Gamba earlier, like 15 minutes ago, and also lost. Oh. Well, ain't that just the way? Oh, look, there's your luck. Glad to see it. I guess there's no way to make Blade Dance not exhaust. I didn't really think about that. What do we upgrade? Probably a gold one. Maybe Nightmare. I don't know what I'm using Nightmare for, but you know, surely surely that will help out. Let me enable the Gamba. Oh, you're so right. Shout out to all my little Gamba fellas out there. 16. Sheesh. Well, what do we do about this? What do we do? Here. I guess we just defend everything that we can. And hope next turn is better. Oh wait, gains 1 strength at the end of every turn? Oh my. That feels like cheating. Okay, what do I have attack potion? Can only be played if there are no cards in your draw pile. Deal 50 damage to all enemies. That'd be so awesome if it worked out, but I have a sneaking suspicion that's not gonna happen naturally. 13 damage deals 2 less damage for each other card in your hands. Sly! If this card is discarded from your hand before the end of your turn, play it for free. That's 12 damage, and this is 13 damage. But it could be less. I think Ricochet is probably the move. Look, we do that. It goes crazy sicko mode. Oh, I guess this is an elite, huh? I guess that is what this symbol means. I was maybe not prepared for this. Womp. That's okay. Let me try some. I need to start doing a lot of damage. If I play this, what would I even do? I like the idea of Blade Dance, so then it exhausts, so then what? It's Cloak and Daggers. Swag. I think maybe I gotta not block. I think I need to just eat some damage and do damage back. That'll probably save me in the long run. Okay, well, oh, shit! This might be scary. Yeah, I got nothing for that one. I would maybe I would maybe not do it again. I'm a little concerned about your ability to keep winning. Okay, let's see what this gives. Gain 7 plating. Gain 5 regen. Play the top 3 cards of your draw pile. What if it's Nightmare? Then what? I'll try it. Oh, it was Nightmare. Choose a card to discard. Okay. Choose a card for Nightmare. Oh, Slay. Play Dance. Yippee! Okay. And I think I win next turn. But I am gonna be at like half health. Okay. Go crazy. Ah, go stupid. Ah. Oh, yeah. Please make it worth it. 40 gold, that's pretty good. The start of each combat heal 2 HP. Alright, alright. That's pretty nice, I would say. I like Skewer. Like, I don't have I don't have a great way of generating energy, but I think it's nice to have. Start each combat with an additional energy. Sheesh. Okay, that works good with Skewer. See, it all works out. It all comes out in the wash. Do I heal? Probably not. There's another rest site before the boss. Better to make your deck better. Sheesh. That would be nice. We'll do Skewer. We'll do Skewer. Foe today. Aw, this one's cute. Shrinker Beetle. I like its antenna. Or Fuzzy Worm Crawler. I don't like this one. This one's really cute. I don't like this one at all. Something about like circular toothy mouths. I don't know what you call this type of mouth. Like a leech sort of mouth. Don't like that. Don't like that one bit. Okay, this enemy intends to apply a debuff to you. I don't want that. Let's see if we can get this guy out of here. Not quite, but close. Freaky worm! I don't know if... Ew! Like, spat. I don't know if freaky is the word I'd put on it. Maybe. It's sad because it would be really cute if it didn't have that mouth. Because it's like... this is like my favorite shade of purple. My favorite color in the whole world. And it's like fuzzy, and I like these little leaf-type arms. But the face card... it's something. Why am I small? Wait, I'm bug-sized! While Shrinker Beetle is alive, your attacks deal 30% less damage. Well, that kinda sucks, huh? The skill can draw pile into your hands. Don't got much. I don't got much. Looks like a victory bell. Yeah. It does look like a victory bell. But at least victory bell isn't this bad. Knew it. Teeny. Ah, Kyrie. Kyrie, you had so many points. My goodness. Oh, no. Wow, your 1% is still quite ginormous. Okay, what am I doing? Does anyone know? Does anybody know what's going on? I don't think I do. It's fine. It's fine, it's fine. Oh, maybe I should have drank a regen potion. Oh well. Oh, okay. She only does 2. This Shrinker Beetle kinda sucks. Okay. Okay, lovely. Like Icarus, you flew too close to the sun. Oh man, Icarus is such an awesome story. Is there like a lame version of Icarus? I don't know. Yo, 45 stream streak. Sheesh. Sheesh. This is so awesome. Thank you. Wowie. Wowie, that's like... I stream, what, 4 times a week? 4 times 10... I don't know, that's like 10 weeks worth of streams. That's pretty freaking awesome. Oh wow, I'm 1 damage away from killing him. With this sigh. Man, it is rough out here. I have so many setup cards. Like, my secret technique to my nightmares will be so good once I get something that I want. It's okay, we're getting there, we're getting there. Person. So real, so cute. What is this? Okay, whatever. Okay, whatever, it's fine. Didn't need that 2 health anyway. Thank goodness. Thank goodness, bro. 4 poison to all enemies. Man, I think I saw Blade Dance and got too excited about shivs. Maybe maybe it's time to pivot to poison low-key. Maybe I take haze. Maybe we take haze. Worm got a nice haircut. That's true. It was... I don't know about the cut particularly, but the color is so good. I love pale purple. Fogmog. Interesting. This looks like the face reminds me of Adventure Time, like Huns and Abadir, Marceline's dad. Got that freak face. This enemy intends to summon monsters. Okay, that's kind of awesome. I'm gonna save Blade Dance for Nightmare, I think. Who wanna hop on Spire II? Sheesh! Whoa, eye with teeth. I guess these are teeth. I feel like I would not call this eye with teeth. It looks more like a flower, but you know. You know, I take it. Man. Man, I really don't be knowing. Hi! Happy Funky Monkey Friday! It's good to see you! I guess this is only 6... health. I guess we kill it. I guess so. Wait, what? When this dies, it revives next turn at full HP. Wow, I really should have read that. That's okay. I don't think I would change what I did. Okay, get a shiv. Neutralize that guy, because that's quite a lot of damage. Yeah. Strike. 7 is a lot. I don't know. I like using potions. So that if I get a potion as a reward, I don't have to, like, just miss out on one. I always feel like I should be saving them. I don't know. It's fine. It's chill, I think. Dazed. I don't want to be dazed. And I hope you cannot hear the lawnmowers outside. If you can, my apologies. My apologies. Skill from job highlights at the end. Okay, we Nightmare, Blade Dance, I think. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. And then we defend. Sigh. Aww. It's so rough out here when you're Kyrie, yay. Oh my god, we discard Haze, and then everyone's poisoned. Sheesh! And then 3 times square is 12. 12 times 3 is not quite enough. But wait, with the poison it might be. Is that real? I think I'm doing math. If I didn't do my math right, nobody say anything. Oh my god, I think I did my math right. Check this out, check this out. Are you ready? Are you ready? Sure. Let's go. Okay. I don't want any of that. Oh, I think this is going pretty well. I am I am at half HP, but it's okay, cause look, we're look at this. Our salvation is soon. Pretty awesome, huh? Thank you for that, Jade Possum. That's so sweet. What are you guys drinking for today? I got gamer subs. I don't know what flavor it is. It's called Bloodless. I think it's cherry, but I kind of forgot. It tastes red. I'm drinking red water faux today. Pretty nice. Oh, these guys are called Nibbits. That's so cute. Look, its little flap is wiggly. That's so cute. 10 damage X times. Oh, I shouldn't have done that. I should have just done this. Oh well. Oh well, oh well. I remember that this is the game. I missed out on Smurf Me Too one time. So I was taking a break from social media during that time. Smurf Frost, I was too. Oh, it's okay. It's okay, I take no offense. Although, I have to wonder... do other VTubers have... Smurf... rewards? It's kind of surprising. If true. Arr. Oh, they make cute noises. I don't know. It's kind of got a scary eye situation. I like the Nibbits. I don't know. I would pet his head. I don't have anything in my draw pile. Die. So, what happens if I even play this? Does it reshuffle my deck or does it just like float away? Okay, it just floats away. It's fine. It's fine, I don't really need it. Ooh, Nightmare into Blade Dance goes crazy. I am taking some damage though. A little unlucky. We discard Haze and he's poisoned. Sheesh. Get him, get him, get him. Get him, get him, get him. Get him, get him, get him. Okay. Dead next turn. Dead this turn. Look at this. Check it out. Sheesh. Okay. Oh. I don't think I need... It's not really that I need more shivs. It's that I need the shivs to do more damage. Okay. Okay. I know based on principle that these question mark thingies are like usually not that worth it. Like it's usually better to just fight an enemy and get a card, you know? But since this game is new, I don't know what all the events are. So I kind of wanted to go to a bunch of question marks. Aroma of Chaos. Ooh, interesting. Upon trudging through a thick underbrush and making it into a clearing, you're hit with an unplaceable nostalgia. A mix of floral scents, putrid decay, and something else entirely. The scent grows stronger with each step, and you feel as though the world around you is warping and twisting. Overcome with a sense of shifting chaos, you begin to lose your sense of self. Floral and decay is kind of crazy. Just like rotten flowers. Like if anybody still has Valentine's flowers, that's probably what they're smelling like. Transform a card in your deck or upgrade a card in your deck. Ooh. Kind of interested in transforming. Yeah, I can get rid of a strike. Outbreak. Ugh, I could not read that. Every 3 times you play poison, deal 11 damage to all enemies. Man, okay. Maybe we are just gonna pivot to poison. That seems really good. And Blade Dance is not as good as I thought it was because it does exhaust. You give in and your mind drifts. You see yourself communing with friends, fighting as a team, and dueling great foes. Is this a dream? Reality? Somehow both? Many sets of eyes perceive you and your dreams. Who are they? You awaken after an unknown amount of time. The aroma weakens and its effects fade as you regain clarity. Upon restabilizing, you're more clear-headed than ever. What were those eyes? Kind of scary. Can I live this on 30 HP? Probably not. I'm so Smith pilled though. Oh well. Better safe than sorry. I guess. Perhaps. Oh my god. Kin follower. Kin priest. I don't know. It looks like they're ready to eat dinner. They got their little utensils in hands. Hungry. Would it be crazy to skewer turn 1? What if we gain 7 plating and then we skewer? Bam, 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 bam. I like the noises I make. Oh, I'm frail. Oh, woe is me. Oh. Okay. Wow. These minions have so much health. Maybe if we ignore them, it's like fine and chill. I vibe with the little utensil gremlins. They are kind of cute. Little pom-poms. Like, I don't know. I could see myself making a craft with one of these little creatures. I don't want to be weak. Sigh. Sigh. Okay, my only poison is this. I think it's still good to have. Okay. Okay. Everything is fine. Oh, don't get stronger. I've never fought this guy before, so maybe you are supposed to go for his minions first. Oh, wait, that was kind of slay. I need Nightmare to be on Blade Dance. Or Skewer. Well, I guess it wouldn't do anything for Skewer. But I want it to be on something that is not a strike or defend. You know what I'm saying? Kind of rough out here. Wow, wow, wow. What is this? Oh, that's my little power thing. That's not anything they did. I just assumed the nightmares would be there. Okay, whatever. I'm tired of drawing secret technique. Maybe let's get too exhausted so we can draw things that we actually want. Let's see. 18 plus 9, 21. 18, 9. Wait, where did I get 21 from? That's not right. What's 18 plus 9? 18 plus 9. 7. 27, I see. Okay, I'm taking 27 damage. Minus 6. Wait, so it is 21. I was right the whole time. I just, didn't really get there the right way. I think I can eat all of this and, like, be okay. Do I want to, though? Is that worth 20 damage? Maybe it's not. Maybe we just Blade Dance and Survivor. Secret technique. My goodness, everybody tell me your secret technique. Not necessarily for fighting, just for anything. Hold on, I'm trying to think of what my secret technique is. 12, 19. It's fine. It's fine, we're not even worried about it. It's my little Haze card. I miss him. Yes! Okay. Okay, it's quite alright. It's quite alright. I'm not even worried about it. A little worried about it. 15 plus 9. 24. I'm cooked. Well, not that cooked, but I'm a bit cooked. A regular amount of cooked. I might be dead like next turn. Wait, I had plating. Slay! Then I wouldn't have a secret technique anymore if everyone knew it. Well, no, it won't be that everyone knows it. Like, just me. Just me and my chatters. But you know, we're all sworn to secrecy. Don't worry. Don't worry. Man, why do I not have a discard card? Sigh. 12. 11. 23. Oh my god, it's looking dead in here. I should have maybe been killing these followers. Am I dead? Or am I just like slightly? I might be dead. 22. Okay, what if we regen? What if we just do everything possible? But what do I skewer? Guess this guy. You call us empty-headed? I didn't say those words. Those are not the words that I said. Oh my god, it's so dead in here. Does this one let you say scum? I hope so. Putting all the secrets on a billboard. Hey! Oh my goodness. Wait, you can't save scums. Sheesh. That was just for science. I didn't know if you could or not. Hold on. Well, I'm trying to think of a secret technique. It's hard. It's hard to think of one. I've been planking for 3 minutes every day at 9 p.m. I don't really know what that's a technique for per se, but it does make me feel good. um, I guess it's not really secret though, because I already told everyone about that. I think. It might be a little wasteful, but I always turn the shower water on and let the shower warm up while I'm brushing my teeth, so that it's not cold. Like whenever you step into the shower, you turn on the water and then you brush your teeth. And by the time like the 2 minutes has passed and you're done brushing your teeth, then your shower is perfect temperature. You can put that on a billboard. I think that one's pretty good. Hi Brandon, thank you for the stretch and hydrate. Okay, I gotta think about this.
Plank right now to unlock 1 million coins in the Spire. Trust. Totally legit.
No. It has to be at 9 p.m. I set an alarm for it and everything. I don't know. I tried planking, like not at night, just like in the middle of the day. And for some reason, it felt like it was a lot harder. I don't know. I don't know if it was just like I had just woken up, so like my body wasn't really like fully awake yet, and so it made it harder. But I don't know. I think the 9 p.m. plank is a bit easier, and that's my truth. I guess I could nightmare blade dance right now instead of skewering turn 1. Secret technique, wastewater. Okay, well it is a little wasteful. I will admit that. But have you considered that if you like stand in the shower before turning on the water and then you turn on the water, it's like kind of cold, at least for me. Maybe my water heater, maybe my boiler just like isn't as big and beefy. But I don't know. I don't like being sprayed with cold water. I like waiting for it to heat up. Is that such a crime? Okay, wait, cooking? And then maybe instead of going for Kin Priest, maybe we go for a follower. I don't know. The water gets recycled anyway because it's grey water when it's from the shower. Oh. I've heard of grey water. Like when you're camping and stuff. When you're camping in like a camper, there's grey water, which is like what you use for your dishes or something, or like your old dishwasher. I didn't know they did that in your house. I don't know, never heard of that, but that's good to know. Oh, I don't have a discard for my haze. Womp womp. Grey water just means it's not as dirty as the water that goes down the toilet. Oh. That makes sense. I didn't know it was recycled. I don't know anything about the water processing systems. Never really thought about it. But also, welcome in. I hope you're having a good Friday. I guess maybe just defending is best in this situation. Kind of sad. But I guess you gotta do what you gotta do. Go for him. BY as well. It's just looking for someone playing Spire II to see what it looks like. Did you play the first one? I really love the first one. And so far, I think the second one's quite nice. You can tell a bit more, like, I don't know what I'm trying to say, but the art looks Like, it's the same art style, but I feel like it's more... a little more detailed. I don't know. I'm really happy with it. You did not? Oh. Well, I guess I don't have the perspective of someone who's never played it, but I think it's pretty awesome. Kyrie, you gotta stop gambling all. You gotta gamble like 50% or something. You're gonna be homeless for quite some time if this is how you're doing it. Hmm. If we're plating, so I don't really need to block. Do I haze though? Haze will do 11 damage to everyone. I think that's better. I think that's worth it. it's not a real Gamba. It's not an all-in Gamba. Oh. Yeah, but the real Gamba kinda sucks if you lose everything. I guess I respect it though. Wow. No defense whatsoever. Okay. 18 plus 9. Man, I'm gonna be at like half health. Maybe it's chill. Maybe possibly it's chill. I don't know. Hoping for the best. Nodders. Ouch. And I'm frail. Well, it could be worse, I suppose. Okay, we kill this guy. Oh, yeah. Why did it sound like a baby toy? Okay. Maybe it's fine if one of the kin followers is dead. Like, maybe that's enough. Surely, hopefully. Surely, hopefully. This will do 14 damage. I don't know what this will do since I'm weak. Less than 12. Bam, bam. I wonder if he'll summon another little guy. Ouch! It's so cooked. Looking pretty dead in here. Okay. Will this even save me? I don't think it will. 12? Oh no, it will. Quite rough though. Strength. 12 damage and debuffing. Wow. That's awesome. That's exactly what I wanted to see. I'm glad it's just one guy, but man, this is so rough. Oh my goodness gracious. Oh man, I die anyway. Oh, I don't. I can't do 100 though. I think I was too picky with my build, perhaps. I should have taken all the random garbage that I didn't want that much.
Ahem. Luck.
Thank you so much, Ash. Thank you for your luck. Can I save your luck for this next run? Cause I'm like already dead, and that's not your fault. I was already dead before you got here. Can I carry it over, do you think, perhaps? Wait, it's cute that it tells you what you discovered. Discovered 6 new enemies. Discovered a freak bobworm. It's fine, it carries over. Oh, thank goodness. Oh, thank goodness. Okay. When you die, do you restart? Yeah. We're back. We're back at the beginning. That's okay. It's like fresh new, bright new world. Aww. This art is so good. Receive this blessing. Go. Alright. The Act 1 boss drops 2 relics. Slay. Obtain a random rare card. Not that slay. Remove 2 cards from your deck. Take 13 damage. If I was playing Ironclad and I like healed every combat, I would do that. But 13 is quite rough right off the beginning. Wow! Oh my god, it's good to see you. I think I like Lava Rock. 2 relic. We just have to get to this boss and not die. That is where I died last turn. Can I jump on him? Oh. I don't know what kind of creature this is, but he's kawaii. Surely that makes him less scary. That's neat. Reminds me of Hades a little bit. Yeah. I do think it's a bit like Hades. I forget the difference between roguelike and roguelite. Like, I get them mixed up. But I think they're both that sort of flavor. I'd say the only difference is in Hades, like, in between runs, you can, like, do stuff to upgrade your next run. But you can't really do that in this game. In this one, it's all pretty self-contained. Like, I can't, like, buff up my weapons, you know? Hi, Micro! Happy Funky Monkey Friday! Okay, we're taking 1 damage foe today. But surely that's fine. Surely 69 is, like, good luck. Okay. Ew. Yippee! Deal 17 damage. Costs 1 less for each skill play this turn. I think that's pretty good. I think 17's pretty big. Ooh. I don't want to go to this shop. I want to save up and go to this one. I won't have enough money for both. But I do still want to go shopping. Dense vegetation. Having taken the wrong path for a good while, you find yourself in a thick jungle of ferns, shrubs, and vines. Especially vines. Exhaustion sets in, and a dark thought comes to mind. You are lost, unprepared, and the inevitability of death is approaching. What do you do? This reads like a D&D prompt. Remove a card from your deck, lose 11 HP. Or heal 21 HP and fight some enemies. Oh. This would be so good if I was damaged. I guess we trudge on. Surely we heal the 11 back. Get rid of a strike. You hack and slash your way through the jungle, but it goes on and on. You sustain yourself on strange fruits, crunchy bugs, and drink the nectar of glowing plants, but you start feeling paranoid. But then you find a clearing, a trail, and some drawings of maps on the ground. Problem solved. I think if you're lost in a jungle, and then you see a drawing of a map on the ground, that, I don't know, that feels like a bit of a trap, I must say. It does not feel real. Crunchy bugs, though. I guess maybe that makes it better. would think it's a hallucination. Oh, that's so scary. That's so scary. I don't know. I think I've only hallucinated one time, and it was when I was driving across the country. And it was like, I don't know, it was like 4 a.m. and I had been driving for like 8 hours. And I don't know. I don't know. I probably should have like pulled over and taken a nap, but I was so close to my destination that I was like, "Oh, I can keep trudging on. Like it's chill. I can do it." But then I don't know. I I don't know. It was like a dark road. It wasn't like a lit up highway. It was just a dark back road. And there's like trees on either side of the road. And I don't know. I don't know if hallucination's the right word, but I kept feeling like I was so paranoid that like animals were like gonna run out in front of my car. And like I kept seeing like phantom like rustling. I don't know. It was really freaky. That's the only time that's ever happened to me though. So thank goodness. 1 hour care package. Thank you, Garrett. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Ah. Oh yeah. Ready to go. Have also driven across the whole country. It's a tough adventure for sure. Yeah. I don't know, like it's a really good time, but oh man, I definitely should have stopped some more. Hmm. Deadly poison, maybe. Maybe we can make a poison build work. Hey, Judge, are you still here? There's you. There's you with your little your little hair thingy. Oh. Yeah, get rid of the twig slime. I really don't need to defend, but you know, I guess it's fun. Had a blast. I took a long time to do it. Took like 2 months off for it and saw a lot. There's a lot of long driving involved. Yeah. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I guess I didn't drive from like coast to coast. I guess I just drove to one coast, but it felt like it was across the country. That's crazy though. Was it just for vacation? Like were you sightseeing? Or were you like visiting people? For me I was moving. I was moving. And I don't know. I think maybe I would have been more willing to like pull over at a hotel and like sleep, but I had like my computer in my car and stuff. And I was like so close, you know? I don't know. I feel like I'd be really nervous if I like went to a hotel and I just knew that my that my like uh my really expensive PC was just sitting in my car in the parking lot. I don't know. I don't know how other people do it. Kinda spooky. I heard my name. Yeah, look, here you are. Our resident little leaf slime. I was moving across the country, literally coast to coast, so I took the chance to see as much as I could on the way. Oh my god. Wait, that's so much fun! I hope you had a great time. But didn't it make you nervous? Like, well, all my belongings are just at the hands of making sure that people don't rob me. No. No, nervous. That's my tiny homie. Oh yeah. Shout out Jarchi, my favorite tiny homie. 11 damage. No thank you. Yippee! Can black equal the poison on all enemies? That is so good. Lovely. Alright, let's go shopping. doing? Ah, oh, I can't afford a relic. Dingy rug? Carter Woods can now contain colorless cards. Study combat with 10 block. When you shuffle your draw pile, draw a card. I'm not missing out on too much. I don't think I want any of these cards neither. Just get rid of something. Get rid of a defend. I had my partner with me. I only had like a suitcase worth of belongings to each. Most of my stuff I sold. My PC I shipped to my new place and someone held it onto it for me. Sold it throughout. Oh, that makes sense. That makes sense. That still sounds quite scary though. I don't know. Well, I'm glad you had people with you. People helping you. Someone held on to your PC for you. Yeah, I don't know. I really love moving. I love little adventures. I love change and like new stuff, but man, it's still quite scary. I know my coworker who moved to Montana shipped his stuff. Flew out there, put it in his new place, flew back, then drove his car out there. Oh wow. Oh wow. I think if I was in that situation, I guess it'd be hard to time it, but I would just drive my car out there with as much stuff as I could have in it. And anything that didn't fit, I'd have it shipped. And I'd try to time it to where it'd be shipped after I arrived. That's kinda what I did. I had like a moving truck bring all my stuff to my new place. And then I drove my car. Drove? That's not a word. I drove my car. But I guess I wouldn't really recommend doing that either because, like, I don't know. The moving truck people lost quite a few of my boxes. I lost a ton of books and what else did I lose? I lost like almost my entire sticker collection, which I know like it's kind of like whatever. But it was like years worth of stickers, okay? And what else did I lose? A lot of kitchen stuff. No appliances, but I had like a bunch of mason jars and cups and plates. I lost my checkbook. Unfortunate. I think I put my checkbook with some books, and then the books got lost. And then whoever my box that was supposed to be at my place, whoever it actually went to, they wrote a check to themselves with my checkbook. And then I had to change my whole bank account. I don't know. I would not recommend hiring movers unless they're like really well known or something. I just tried to find I tried to find like the cheapest moving company I could, and then I sure paid for it. I wouldn't recommend that. I moved so much in my life, I'm very used to it at this point. It's very fortunate because I basically used up all of my paid vacation time to get like 2 months off paid. Ah, that's so lovely. That's so lovely. Amazing. I don't know, I've moved a lot in my life, but not really across states. I've only done a cross-state move one time. Every other time it was like, you know, within like 3 hours, I would say. So that's like not stressful at all. He had a lot of stuff between him and his girlfriend, so she went there first and shipped the stuff to her basically. At least I think if I remember correctly. She went there first, he shipped the stuff. Okay, that makes sense. But still having to pay for like the 2 plane tickets as well. On top of all the gas money you have to take for that drive. Oof. I would not. I don't know. I don't envy that very much. Okay, that guy dies next turn. I am eating a bit of damage, but it's okay. My current daily driver I bought because I was planning to move across country, but my plan was to bring the essentials, sell the rest, sleep in my car along the way. That sounds so fun. I don't know. It just makes me a little nervous. Yo, holy block. Don't even need any of that. What? By daily driver, do you mean like your vehicle? Or do you have like a van situation? Is that what a daily driver is? I've never heard that term before. That's interesting. Lots of moving in the same state is more rare, I think, yeah. I don't know. I guess it depends on your reason for moving. My parents never married, so I don't know. My parents never married, and they both like moved around a bit. I don't really know why they moved so much. It's not like they were even changing jobs, but they did that. So it's like my mama has lived in like 3 different houses, and my dad's lived in like 4 different houses. And so like they saw that. And then when I went to college in the same state, but it was still like a few hours away, you know? And so that was a bit of a move. And then after I graduated college, I moved across the country. I said, I'm getting out of here. I'm going to the coast. Hi, Sean. Thank you for the hydrate and stretch. Whoa. Echoing slash. That's kind of fun. The one I drive every day is a hatchback. So I wouldn't be nervous sleeping in the car because I have the pew-pews in the car with me. Oh, that makes sense. That makes sense. I don't got any of those. I have a friend that lived in his car. I forgot what kind of car it was, but it was a really nice one. And I don't know. He stayed safe, but... And, like, he had a great time just driving across the country, living in the back of his car, but... I sure was nervous for him. I don't know. I know there's some scary people out there. I don't know if this is actually a good card or if I'm getting baited into thinking it's a good card because it is gold and it is shining. I kind of feel like it's not even that good. I'm just gonna skip. I'm gonna hope for the best. My friend and I went a road trip to Alaska. Oh my god. Just like Christopher McCandless. And then you're gonna eat like a potato seed on accident. And then you're gonna die and they're gonna find you in a bus. You guys read that story? I read that story in high school. And I was like, wow. If things... if he didn't die, that would be so awesome. But, you know, he did die. So I don't think I'm gonna repeat what he did. But I guess if you're with a friend, then you're probably chilling. Upon dying summons something. Wow, that's awesome. So detailed. This is disgusting. It's called a frog. Maybe it summons a frog. Okay. Some weak. Some poison. And stab that guy. Oh, I guess he doesn't have that much health. Ew! What the... Unplayable. At the end of your turn, if this is in your hand, take 3 damage. Ew. Okay. Okay, that's fine, I guess. I know the story you're talking about, but yeah, we'd be going literally completely cross-country because I'm far up north on the east coast. Whoa. That's so cool. I wonder... I don't know. Have you ever been to Canada before? I'm not that far up north, so Canada's pretty far from me. But is it... Do you need like a visa or anything if you just want to like drive to Canada? Or is it like chill if you have a passport and you're like, hey, I'm going to Alaska. Passport is all you need? Okay. I didn't know. I don't know. I guess it's different for each country. But we have to imagine you'd have to do some sort of legal something. I'm driving distance from the border, but never have been. Passport needed. Do you not have a passport? Do you have a real ID? You need one of those. You need one of those if you're going to off-Kai Buster. Don't forget. Oh my god, he's dead. Ew. Ew! Regular. Wow. Okay, it's nasty, but it's like a little bit cute. I don't know, the worms... The worms are kind of nice. I don't want that. Whatever, it's fine. Passport is all you need to travel to through most countries, which are friendly with US, most of Europe. Oh. I have passport and real ID? Yippee! Yeah. Amazing. Mm. Buck, eagle, and poison are all enemies. I wish I had more poison. Okay, it's fine. No, how long do you have to be in a country before you need a visa? Like, I know if you're just going on vacation, you don't really need a visa. But I've had friends that went like... Well, okay, I say friends plural. I have one friend who... She went like backpacking through Europe and she had to have a visa. But she was gone for a few months, maybe. I don't know. I don't know how that works. 17 damage. Oh my god, perfect. Get that guy out of here. Low-key, I still haven't gotten my off-Kai badge yet. What the? That's okay. It's still a few months out, but you gotta get it. You gotta get it. That I don't know. Maybe 90 days. 3 months before visa, typically, I think. Okay. Up to 90 days within any 180-day period without a visa. I had a good guess. Yo, good job, good job. Huh. Okay. How do they know? Like, what if... Okay, imagine you drive into Canada. And like, you have your passport. And you're like, hey, I'm driving to Alaska. Like, pretend you stay there for a whole year. Like, is it just honor system? Like when you enter the country, you just like tell them like, hey, I'm leaving on this day. Teehee. I don't know. I feel like that would be really easy to get around. I don't know. I probably don't strictly know, but they do take your information photo when you pass customs of any country. That point you'd be illegal. Probably be deported. Oh. I guess that makes sense because they would... I guess when you enter the country and you do the customs thing, they probably have some sort of list of people in the country. And they'd like know when you're supposed to leave. Bye. It's exactly how a lot of people end up becoming illegal immigrants. They enter country through customs with passport of another country. And then they just end up chilling. That makes sense. That makes sense, I think. Wow. I'm dying. Random cards, go. Man, that didn't even help my case. Ouch. Wait, I'm dead! Oh, unfortunate. Womp. Okay, that one maybe... maybe I wasn't doing math as good as I should have been doing. I mean, I feel like I can do good, though. But if I take the same lava rock... Maybe the lava rock's not the move. Maybe I need help at the beginning. The first 3 card rewards you see are upgraded. The first treasure chest you open is empty. No, I like treasure chest. Maybe stone humidifier. I like rewards for the future though. But I guess if I'm not getting there, it's good. Okay, how many rest sites even are there? Okay, well, I could go crazy and get 4. I don't even rest that much. I like to upgrade. I don't know. So do you get to do anything when you die? Anything that makes you stronger? No. No. I mean, sometimes you unlock like new cards. Like if you I don't know. I think depending on how far you get like a certain amount of points or whatever, and then once you get enough points, it's like it'll unlock different new cards. So I guess a little bit, but for the most part, it's self-contained. Try match HP maybe. That'd probably help since you're playing someone with lower HP. Yeah, that is probably smart. That is probably smart. But have you considered have you considered that if I power through it, I can get 2 relics? You're probably right though. Okay, I'll try my best. I think I'm gonna go this way. I wanna go to this shop. And I also wanna raise my max HP. Yippee! Okay, don't even worry. This is gonna work. This is gonna work and be so awesome. Slime! There's stretchy. I'm gonna be so careful and not take any damage for a long time. Surely, hopefully. Is it spitting out of its eye? Oh, weirdo. Oh, Slay. My goodness. Slay, comma, Spire. Gain 5 dexterity at the end of your turn, lose 5 dexterity. Okay. At the start of your turn, apply 2 poison to all enemies. That's so good. That's so good. Oh, another another bleach. Okay. I don't know what is up with the colorless cards. I don't really know what the colorless cards are. It makes it seem like it's really good if you have to trade for it. I don't think I'm even that interested. Next skill you play costs 0. 5 damage for each skill in your hands. A lot of the poison cards are skill based. I don't know if that's necessarily helpful yet, though. Maybe Pounce is fine. How ostentatiously scholastic of a labyrinthine mind. A veritable cornucopia of cerebral sustenance to digest. Real and true. Yippee! Yeah, thank you so much for the follow. The Shadicius? Shadicius? Where did you get your username from? I think that sounds quite pretty. Wood carvings. You open a dusty box to find a set of 3 elaborate wood carvings. A bird, a snake, and a Taurus? What? A bird, a snake. Is this onion ring a Taurus? I don't know what that is. A nearby pedestal. has indentations which match the bottom of the carvings. Which carving will you place on the pedestal? Choose one starter card to transform into Peck. Yo, deal 2 damage 2 times. That's pretty cute. Enchant one card with Slither. You draw this card, randomize its cost from 0 to 3. I'd be good if I had a 3-cost card. Choose one starter card to transform into Toric Toughness. Gain 5 block. Gain 5 block at the start of your next 2 turns. Oh, so that's like a nice setup card. Second time was right. I made it up? You made it up! Shadicius? Play a lot of RPGs. I used to play a lot of MMOs, so I've got a fair bit of made up names. Shadicius is my best one. By far. Yo! That's so lovely. That's so lovely. What's your favorite RPG that you've played? Are you a D&D enjoyer? I think all of these are okay. Well, maybe Slither isn't that good. I'll change a strike into Peck. Maybe. I guess it's the same exact amount of damage. But it looks cuter. Wop wop. You place the bird carving on the pedestal, and the statue's eyes light up, and you hear a faint ringing within your mind. Claw, claw, claw. The pedestal opens, and a strange fluid begins to pour out. Naturally, you drink it all. My goodness. I love drinking strange fluids. UDM, yo! Favorite RPG? Skyrim and Oblivion have very special places in my heart. Mass Effect as well. Yo, that's so nice. I quite like Skyrim. I don't know too much about Oblivion. When they remastered it, I watched people play like a little bit of the beginning, but I didn't keep up with it. Looks fun though. You chat, I'm just saying hi, having some dinner with the fam, but say hi to Scrumbly for me. I know he's lurking around in this game too. Oh my god, hi Apex. I hope dinner with the fam is going so good. I hope every dish is hitting just right and nothing is yucky. Yippee, yippee, yippee. Oh, okay. Okay, we're taking a little damage, but it's like chill. Don't worry, I'll say hi to Scrumbly for you. I'll have to look for him. I don't think this is Scrumbly. It's almost Scrumbly though. It's got a similar vibe. Okay, we'll peck him. Oh yeah. I really like Noxious Fumes. It definitely will take a while, but I like having guaranteed damage each turn. I think that's nice. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, this guy is so dead. Yeah. Block is not removed at the start of your next turn. Be good if I had more block. Take it anyway though. Scrambly may disguise himself as any creature. He's a robot after all. That's true. It'd have to be like a kind of like edgy emo looking creature though. Like I don't think this is Scrambly. I don't think he would be a Shrinker Beetle. That's just my guess though. Gamble all. Kyrie! What is this? What is this bad luck? Oh hell nah. Oh hell nah, it's so cooked. Let's look for any animal that suspiciously wears a polka dot scarf. Okay. I'm on the lookout. Don't even worry. Don't even worry about it. Hi Doozy! How's it going? Happy Funky Monkey Friday. I hope you're monkeying around. You rigged this first show? Kyrie, didn't you win like 3 times in a row earlier? How is this rigged? How is this rigged? Oh man, this is cooked, Loki. Okay. Fumes, go! Happy Spunky Monkey Friday. I'm at my internship, being an intern. Is it awesome? Are you having a lovely time? Or is it like womp womp, you know? Rigged like in a real Gamba thingies. Yeah, all Gamba's a little bit rigged. Applied 3 vulnerable. Shit! Okay. More deadly poison, please. I'm a little bored. Aw, hell nah. It's so over. Okay, normally I would upgrade a card. But since I have this humidifier, I'm gonna raise my max HP. there. Oh my goodness. Thank you, Dia. Oh my goodness. It was so sad. I literally made the most perfect, most yummy ratio vanilla caramel iced coffee this morning. And I drank like half of it. And then I left it on my counter. And then I like went to go, I don't even know what I was doing. I think I went to the living room. I think I just like sat on my couch and scrolled Instagram reels for like a few minutes. And I was like, okay, it's time to stream. Let me like get the rest of my coffee and then go to my computer. And then I go to the counter and like my coffee cup is not even there. It's like, huh. I don't remember taking it anywhere. And then I check like behind the counter and there it's a crime scene. It's like spilled all over my sink and everything. I only got to drink like half of it. It's so sad. Kinda just idle animation. OMG it. I'd like to be plotting world conquest right now. Oh, well, what's stopping you, Dilsey? I feel like if there's not that much going on, then it sounds like you have some downtime to be plotting and scheming. I think you can do it. Just got home and bought steak and some breaded chicken strips. Just need the energy to cook it tonight. I think that would be so lovely. A very nice start to your weekend, I'd imagine. Did you spill your coffee and blame Scylla? What the heck? Yo! I didn't spill my coffee. Man. I guess I can't guarantee that it was Scylla. It could have been Persephone. But I don't know. Persephone's not known for knocking things over. That's pretty Scylla-coded. I think she probably could smell like the milk in the coffee. I don't know. Scylla goes crazy for milk. She probably was trying to have a little drink. And then spilt it everywhere. Strikes and defense gain ethereal. This card is in your hand. At the end of this turn, it is exhausted. That is interesting. I can't afford it anyway, but... interesting mechanic. Anyway, I'm removing a card. Get rid of this strike. Still in work over the weekend. Back up, are your pets named after Greek mythology? Priscillaphony? Yeah, they are. I got my beautiful little goddess of spring, and then I've got my little sea monster that kills everything. I think they are very aptly named. This color looks so tasty. Okay, anyways. Let's see what this random thing is. Oh, the sunken statue. You spot an aged statue half submerged in a pond. Its hands gently rest atop a stone sword. Something is also glittering at the bottom of the pond. Votive offerings, perhaps? You could really use some money. That's so real. Obtain the Sword of Stone. Transform into a powerful relic after defeating 5 elites. 5? Okay, look. 1. 2. I don't know. That's a little cooked. I don't even know what that is. I don't know what the powerful relic is. It's gonna be like gain $3. We gain 118 gold and lose 7 HP. Interesting. I love Greek history and mythos. I've read the Odyssey and Iliad both and very obsessed with them. Yo! I have not read the Odyssey or the Iliad. I don't know. I've only seen like media, like visual media about it. I haven't. Percy Jackson. I don't know, like that type of stuff. But you know, I listened to Epic the Musical and I thought that was pretty swag. My cat's staring at me right now. Oh my goodness! Give your cat a little pat on the head. United Bank of Muckney? Muckney? What? I've never heard that word before in my life. Is this a sponsored comment? Are you plugging your bank right now? Man, Epic is extremely good. Love it. Yeah. They're also coming out with a movie. Like the Odyssey as a movie. I think later this year. My friend's pretty excited for it, so I think I'll go see it. I will send your knee to the void. Money Muckney. Okay, money sounds like Muckney. But what does that have to do with anything? Yuki. Yuki, I'm confused. What? Why are you talking about your niece? Money? What about your knee? What about your knee? Does it hurt? Do you need a little kiss on your knee? Knee isn't the thing on your leg. I understand that part. I just don't understand what United Bank of Money means. Help. Help, I'm lost. You might peek, I didn't get it yesterday. Sigh. Okay. Okay, listen up. Are you ready? Are you ready? Pika-pee! Blah. Yuki's doing wordplay? I don't know, I heard the word money mentioned, and anytime I hear the word, think of the meme United Bank of Money. That's a meme? Is it like that feeling when knee surgery is tomorrow? Like, what? That's kind of awesome. You know, I still don't think I get it, but I think it's kind of awesome. Cautiously optimistic about the movie coming out. I really hope it's good. I don't know who's directing it. Is the director good? I don't know. I feel like it's probably gonna be good. Maybe perhaps, hopefully. The guy who directed Batman? Okay, well, Batman's good. Everyone likes Batman, right? Yeah! It's so awesome! And Ozzy! Thank you for the rights! This is a stick up. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Hi. Ozzy, I think you're the only mod here at the moment. Can you shout yourself out? Oh my god, hi Raiders, my name is Fost. My name is Fost, and I'm a Fox girl. And I think I'm playing the exact same thing that Rose and Ozzy were playing. Yippee! New game! How did you guys like it? Did you win? Did you have a good time? I have not won yet. I'm kind of riding the struggle bus at the moment, but it's okay. We're still having a great time. Oh yeah, look at those shoutouts. Everybody, everybody, please follow Rose and Azu. They are so awesome. Raiding into my workplace. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Thank you. Thank you so much. I put the meme in mix server for you to see later. Oh, thank you. I can't wait to be even more confused. Yippee. Azu carried so hard. We lost 4 runs, but we won just now. Let's go! Rose was carrying. Aw, you carried each other. That's so lovely. I hope you had a lovely stream. And make sure you take good care of yourself. Make sure you go take a nap. Drink lots of water and take a nap. But thank you for the raid. I appreciate you. You wrest the sword out of the statue's hands, and the whole thing crumbles apart. It's too dangerous to pick up whatever was glittering at the bottom of the pond now. Inspecting the sword, you sense an incredible dormant power within. I feel like that was a mistake. I don't think I can get 5 elites. I think I'm gonna die trying, but wouldn't it be so cool to see what this turns into? Details for this relic will be revealed in the future. What the? I got no details whatsoever. Which characters have you tried so far? Okay, uh, so far just the ironclad and the silence. Dot dot dot. Dot dot dot. I tried the ironclad last night as I was playing with Hero. And then today I've tried the silent. I have the summon guy unlocked, but I wanted to try to win one with something that I'm already familiar with first before learning new cards. But I am very excited for the regent fella. I think he looks pretty cool. Start each combat with 1 dexterity. Shit! Look at this nice little rock. Bet that feels good in your mouth. Ow. Dear Foss, I'm hereby requesting a second Pika-P to make up for my yesterday's loss. In exchange, I shall redeem ad time for you to get your 1/3 of a cent. Oh, wow. What a good trade offer. You really are driving a hard bargain because you know I need 1/3 of a cent. I am quite broke at the moment. Okay. Okay, fine. Okay, are you listening? Are you listening? Are you listening? Are your listening ears on? Pika-Pika! Blah. Thank you for your continued support. Okay. Peck in the sky. I don't think Peck is even that good of a card. Can I say that? I took it and I was like, yo, this is so much better than a strike. But it's exactly the same. I don't know. I don't know. But I was excited to see it, so I guess that's all that matters. I missed your answer. Yo! You are not listening whatsoever. I've only tried the silent and the ironclad. But after I win with the silent, if I can win with the silent, kind of sussy if I'm going to be able to, I want to try the regent. Because I think he summons little creatures. And I love summoning little creatures. But I didn't want to... I didn't want to start with something completely new, you know? I wanted to see what was going on first. You know? She had silence and ironclad, I believe. Yeah! Oh my goodness. You're paying such good attention. Ad time. Ad time and stretch. You're a little creature! Nuh-uh! Okay, if you're not subscribed, you're going to jail. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I need money. Please don't leave. Please don't leave. Okay, here's some ads. You watch Baby Sensory so that nobody misses out on the gameplay. I'm waiting for my ads. Oh my god, get in there. Get in there. Look at the ads. Look at them and appreciate them. Okay, and now look at this and appreciate this. Pretty cool, huh? Pretty cool, huh? Yippee! Ads, damn, I'm leaving. Oh, man. Wait, you don't even get ads. You're subscribed. What do you mean? Sigh, I'm broke. What summons herself? Man, that'd be kind of awesome. Like, you know, in Freerun. Wait, maybe that's a story. Spoiler. Never mind. Forget what I said about Freerun. But I feel like summoning yourself would be kind of awesome. I love summoners. I do too. Oh my goodness. Every time I play like Terraria or what's another game with summoners? Oh, a Risk Grind 2. Sheesh. I don't know. I don't know. Anytime someone is an option, that's what I like doing. I love little creatures. I was distraught over yesterday. I needed this. Oh wow. I'm so glad. I'm so glad it's going well. Lyric? I was doing Rose Raid. I was like, thank you so much for that. That's so sweet of you. That's so sweet of you. Freeman spoilers. Oh my god, sorry. I didn't say anything. I didn't say anything. Don't listen to me. Don't listen to me. I just be yapping, and it's not important ever. Look at the carrots. Forget what I said. Look at the carrots. Pretty awesome, huh? Pretty awesome, huh? No, don't be so up, guys. I'm not spoiling anything. I didn't do that. Also, did I stretch when Dia ever doing that? I don't think I did. Thank you for the stretch, Dia. Yippee! Good night. Good night. Good night. Oops. Good night. Good night. I hope you have such a good rest of your night. If we listen to you telling us to look at the carrots, then we should listen to you telling spoilers. Listen, I didn't. Are there any carrots in Free Written? I don't even think that's even if there was a carrot in Free Written, I feel like that wouldn't be a spoiler. Like if I tell you there's a steak in Free Written, are you gonna like bonk me and be like, no spoilers, please? I don't know. I don't know. I feel like that's not really spoiling anything necessarily. Are you guys out of ad jail yet? You got 40 seconds. Sigh. Sigh. I guess I'll just stare at you for 40 seconds. This is your subscriber benefit. Unless you have an ad blocker, then this is your being a pirate benefit, I guess. Yippee! What if the steak was really juicy though? What? What? What are you saying? What? Are you referencing something? Is there an anime where that happens? Is that what Food Wars is about? I've never seen Food Wars, but that's kind of how I imagine it is. It's like, oh, this steak is so juicy. And then your clothes fall off. Is that accurate? Being a pirate benefit? Sheesh. Like Food Wars? Food Wars is something else. I never seen it. I've only seen a clip of. I don't even know what the clip was of. It was this girl who I think was eating honey like very centrally, and it was just like dripping all over the place. And like I could not tell you what the plot of that anime was. I feel like it's just lightly disguised fetish content. I don't even know if it's disguised. I don't know. What is it about? Is it like Hell's Kitchen but like for lonely people? I don't know. My steak is too juicy. My lobster is too buttery. What is that emo? Wow. That's awesome. Thank you, Rose. Are you guys out of ad jail? I'm sorry if you got out of ad jail and you heard that out of context. That's my bad, Chiefs. Literally on episode 1, the potatoes did some devious shit. Is the food sentient? Like, is the food doing that to the characters? Or, like, what's going on? What's going on there? Are you sure you were watching hentai? Weren't? Yo! I wasn't! Wait, hold on. Model's kind of... Do I don't know what size I'm supposed to be. Does this look right? I feel like I look mischievous. Okay, whatever. It's fine. No, it was just a clip on Instagram. I guess it could have been, but I don't think you're allowed to post hentai clips on Instagram. I don't know. I swear there's like honey going on. The story is alright. This guy has their diner about to be shut. Oh, diner about to be shut down and stuff. So they need to enroll to some prestigious food academy. But they were only trained by their dad at their diner. They have to prove they're a good cook and stuff. I feel like that's a really good plot. I feel like that sounds regular. Why is it sussy? They don't want some public indecency. Like Teru Teru? Oh. I see. Was it one of those cases where it was like it was a good show, but they weren't really confident in their plot, so they're like, we need fan service. We need fan service really bad, guys. I don't know if we're gonna make it. And so they just like put random stuff in there. It's so sad when shows do that. Like I don't have anything against watching like that kind of content or like fan service stuff, but I kind of prefer it to be like its own thing. Like I want to be expecting it. Like if you're watching High School DxD, then it's like, well, it's called High School DxD. Like you know what you're getting yourself into. Like that's on you. But if you're watching just like a regular anime, and then it's like, oops, all her clothes fell off, and it's not relevant to the plot, then it's like, okay, well, why are we doing that? You know. Watch along when. That would have to be in your server. I don't think I can show that one. Alright, Foss, let's make this interesting. Your next game, not this one. If you win, I give 100 bits. And if you lose, you give us the What the? Shoot. Well, I do want 100 bits. That does sound kind of awesome. I've never practiced saying ara ara before though. That is incredibly hungry. Incredibly humbling. Hold on, let me look at my deck. I don't know. Things aren't looking so good. All you have to do is win. Easy, right? This feels like the biggest trap I have ever seen in my life. I'm thinking. No, I think they just really wanted the juicy potatoes juicing up everyone. That's crazy. Very blatant with it. How is it relevant to the plot, though? High School of the Dead, when? Oh, is that one good? I've heard the name, but I don't know anything about it. No, you have Peck. You're gonna so hard. Sigh. Am I allowed to save scum? Because I save scum just normally, but I feel like people would yell at me if I'm doing that while there's a bet going on. I think that's important. No, save scumming! Oh. Okay, I don't think I can accept the terms then. I think I'm cooked. I don't think pet carries hard enough. It's relevant because the food's just that good? Azu, I don't think that's relevant. No, I think she loses even. Yeah, I mean, I do save scum every single game, and I haven't won yet. I think this is my 4th run, or maybe 5th run? No, I think this is my 5th time playing the game, like, ever in total, and I have not won anything. My favorite streamer doesn't like to gamba. You may It doesn't feel like gamba though. It feels like a skill issue, and I feel like I know in my heart I'm gonna lose, and I really feel like maybe I'm not ready for an Ara Ara yet. I don't know. I'm a little bit shy. Hmm. Let me look at Peg. Hmm. Here. Hmm. Okay. Okay, I guess I accept your terms. But I just want you to know the RR is not gonna be good. It's not gonna be an Azumazu underscore level of professionalism. It's gonna be like babies first. Babies first words. Blech. Hi Mick, did you guys have fun in DBD while I was getting dragged on the shadow realm? Oh my god, you make it sound so sad. You said it. You said your internet like went out on Wednesday, right? So, well, I guess that's like 2 days. I guess that's kind of rough. But surely you were so productive in that shadow realm. It's gonna be better. Ugh. Well, hopefully we just like don't have to deal with that, and I get $1. It was sad. 70% of my life is online. No, but surely you got to like go for a walk or something. Deal 8 damage, deals 4 additional damage for each card discarded this turn. Oh, yeah. I don't have a lot of discard. I only have 1. Double your blocking this turn. That would go really well with Blur. But I feel like you don't even do block build on the silent. I'll try it though. No, all my work is online. Zero productivity. Oh. Oh, um. Uh, I'm so sorry for your loss. Okay, I'm a little bit in a predicament. Because I need to defeat 4 more elites, right? But I also feel like it would be a safer choice to be raising my max HP. Hmm. I'll try. Just because you live in Rainbowville, Nebraska, what the? Wherever you live doesn't mean I do. I will get shanked if I try to walk around here. There's been like 20 shootings in the past 2 weeks in my county. Oh my god. I'm so sorry. How did you know I lived in Rainbowville? How'd you know that? Are you stalking me? Oh, that's so sad though. That's so sad though. I like going on walks. Could you like drive out of the county to go for a little walk? Sounds like Chicago. Surely you don't need the max HP. Okay, well surely you're just throwing out bad advice so I lose. It's like you don't even want me to have $1. It's like you don't even care about my dollar. I prefer if I was in Chicago because then I could go see the bean. Oh my goodness, I saw the bean before. It was so awesome. I guess I've seen it multiple times. But it was so awesome. Shout out Bean. Block, go. I'm Michigan. Michigan has some nice places, I've heard. No. Oh. Well, the lakes look epic. We gotta do chores. Surely you won't be dead when I'm back. Surely not. Have good chores. I hope it's good. Who's doing chores at 3 a.m.? I think he's going to take a shower. He's just shy about saying it. Why is this planted? Oh, entangled costs an additional thing. What the? What the? My stuff. Stuff's messed up. Oh well. It's fine, surely. The bean! Shout out bean. Real. Real. Oh, I really like Chicago. At least like the touristy parts. I'm sure there's some parts that like suck. But I don't know. Every time I went to Chicago, it was a grand old time. Remember how every day at 4:30, I'd say someone was picking you up? It's almost like I don't have a car. Ugh, man, I thought you were just carpooling environmental style. That's what I'd be doing to go to judo. Me doing chores at 3 a.m.? Oh, my goodness. I don't know, what kind of chores do you do at 3 a.m.? One time I built a table at 2 a.m., so chores at 3 a.m. don't seem that crazy. I guess it's not that crazy, but I don't know. I feel like a lot of chores are loud. So I feel like... I don't know. I feel like I try not to do them unless it's the morning. Because, like, if I'm doing laundry, like, I don't know. The washer and dryer are, like, a little bit loud. If I'm doing the dishes, the dishwasher's a little bit loud. Vacuuming, that's super loud. I don't know. I feel like if you're doing chores at 3 a.m., you're being a bad upstairs neighbor, maybe, perhaps. That's why I just call it cleaning nowadays. Maybe I'm the weird one. I don't know. I think I call it chores. I think I'd use them interchangeably. Maybe. Okay. Bouncing flask. We're bouncing. We're bouncing. I also... Wait. IDGAF about no environment. Unless the trees could run DBD, I don't care. Okay. That's lovely. I also have a flower. Whoever wants it can have it. Listen, I won't take it away from anyone else, but I freaking love flowers. I freaking love flowers. My favorite. Get rid of this shrinker build. Beetle. My neighbors clearly do not take the same considerations you do. Really? I don't know. I think me and my neighbors are pretty chill. Where I used to live, my next door neighbor was crazy. He was always like screaming constantly, and then his dog was barking constantly. I didn't like that very much. But in my new place, I think my neighbors are pretty slay. If you consider that not everyone lives in an apartment, well, yeah, I guess that's true. I guess if you don't live in an apartment and you also live alone, then I guess there's nothing wrong with doing chores at 3 a.m. But if you live with other people, well, okay, I guess if you live with other people and they're also up at 3 a.m., then it doesn't matter. But if you live with other people or you live in an apartment, I don't know, then I think chores are maybe... You gotta stop doing your chores at like 10 p.m. maybe. Ain't no way. No one's buying a house nowadays. Sob. Yeah, have you seen the interest rates? Sheesh. I don't even have $1. I'm gonna go to the bank with like 42 bits and be like, hello, is this enough? Here you go. That flower is too small here. Thank you. God, I love flowers. Oh my god, wait, this is a skill. Sheesh. Check this out. I think I'm eating this up. What's everyone's favorite flowers? I love lilies. I love lilies. I love lilies so much. I'm not super picky about what type of lily. I don't know, just like a classic Stargazer lily's pretty good. Resurrection lilies are pretty good. Oh, they're so pretty. But I have cats. I have cats, so I cannot really bring lilies home anymore because lilies are super toxic to cats. So my second favorite flower is carnations. And I think those are also toxic to cats, but like not as bad. So if I get flowers nowadays, I usually get myself some carnations. Type in I just blast music at 3 a.m. You don't live in an apartment, do you? Are you a bad neighbor? Yuki, are you in type bad neighbors? Dot dot dot. Spider lily, yo, that's such a good one. That's such a good one. I quite like spider lilies. Lilies are so good. I don't know, the flowers with like waxy petals. I don't know. They're just so satisfying. I'm gonna put it in my mouth. So nice, so nice. Yeah, I'm gonna take a bunch of damage here, I think. You win this game and you shall receive a whole $1. Ah! Sorry. I'm doing my best. I'm gonna do my best. Sheesh. Second favorite is probably orchids. Ooh, yeah, that's another nice waxy cuteness petaled flower. You slay that Spire Fuzz. Oh my god, thank you! Thank you for the hydrate and stretch. I'm slaying it, I'm slaying it. Are you slaying at work? Ugh. I hope your work is going so good and then you go home and you have the best weekends of your whole life. Okay. I guess I can kill this one. And then only take 5 damage. I guess that's not so bad. Wild thing to say about lilies, wanting to eat them. I don't know, they're very smooth. I don't know. Anything that's like super waxy. Like, do you guys ever get those like wax ASMR videos where it's like cracking wax? Or it'll be like slime with like wax on top of it and then they like crush through the wax. Oh my god, so lovely, so lovely. I quite like those. But anyway, that's kind of the same vibe that a lily gives me, I think. Oh my god, hydrate and stretch. Late 2 hour cover effect. Late 2 hour cure package. Thank you. Oh my god, I'm being so cared for. I'm gonna run out of water. Ah. Thank you. It's going good so far for once. Yo! Oh my goodness. I'm so glad to hear that. I gotta look. We're gonna peck him, and then he's gonna die. Shit! I'm so glad your work is going good. You deserve that for real, for real. Smooth and waxy makes you want to eat it. Suspicious behaviors. Do you not get that too? I don't know. I feel like when something is like a nice texture, then it's like chomp. I don't know. I know other people are like that because I've seen comments on like the ASMR videos that's like, nothing is stopping me from putting this in my mouth. And I'm like, yeah, that's so real. That's so real. So I keep forgetting to call them by the naming coins. Late to our carrot package. So what's up, Weeping Bell? Oh my goodness, I didn't even see it. Draw a card, discard a card. Do I want that? I don't really think I want that. But like maybe I do. It is quite sparkly. Trying to swear less since I noticed you don't say that. No, it's okay. It doesn't bother me. Like I'm not offended. I'm not offended to like see or hear those words. It just I don't know. It's just maybe like my own personal thing. Like I just prefer to not say them out loud as much. I don't know. I don't know. I'm just a little creature. Don't mind me. This is so sparkly, but I think more poison is probably better. I think. Or do I have enough? I don't know. I don't know if I need to keep my deck nice and thin, and like that's the issue I'm running into, or if I'm being too stingy and then I don't have enough to kill people, and that's my issue. I don't know what my issue is. Blah. Maybe this is fine. It's sparkly. Yippee! Look at these little nibbits. They're wiggly. Didn't get any nice setup cards, but that's okay. I guess we can... Oh, can you use this retroactively? I guess probably not. I should have used that first. It's okay. Just gonna get a lot of block, and then next turn, I'll keep the block. And then we'll go crazy attacking. If you prefer not to see him, I might as well make it easier for you. Aw, that's very sweet of you. I don't know. I don't want anyone to feel like they have to change anything. You know? I'm chilling. Well, since you literally have a YouTube video you posted, you can obey to another stream's no swear rule? No. Nuh-uh. Nuh-uh. I would never break the rules of somebody else's stream. That just like doesn't sound like me at all. Man, I'm gonna get bonked for real. Okay, what if we weaken him? Sheesh. I'm still getting bonked, but at least it's not as bad. I like to see that. It's on so a character that I'm intrigued. It is on my YouTube channel. I need to make more YouTube videos, but it's hard. It's hard. It is quite an old video. I was just messing around. Just messing around, putting clips together. Rules were meant to be broken. YouTube socials. Oh, this is embarrassing. Oh my god. Shoot. I never even considered that there should be a YouTube command. I think literally the only command I have for is Discord. I guess donate is also a command. That's all I got. That's all I got. All the other commands are just goofy. There's a picnic command if you want to go on a picnic with someone. Oh my god! Thank you, Azumazu _ What a good mod you are. How are your chores going? I don't think I was here during October. You look so... what do you mean? Listen. I don't know. I am a little embarrassed by my old content, but I think it's a good thing, right? Because if you're embarrassed by your past self, that means you've grown a lot. So I guess it's good to look back and be like, oh, this is before I even had a mic, and I was using my headset mic, and it sounds goofy, and I can see how much I've grown. But yeah, it's a little different, a little goofer. I'm pinning that. That's awesome. In an ideal world, what would the Grippers command do? What a great mod shout out. What the? That'd be crazy. Imagine imagine if just like anybody could shout out anybody. Be kind of swag. I look so dark. Look so dark. What does that even mean? I don't think the lighting has changed. I don't know. I don't know what you mean by that. What's gripper reveal? Yo! What the? I'm gonna need multiple hundreds of dollars for that one. I should be allowed to shout people out. I'm a VIP after all. Can I change that? Here, don't even worry. I'll fix it for you. StreamElements.com. Wait, is it Stream Elements? I think it is. Chatbot, chat commands. Shout out. Moderator. VIP. Are moderators above VIP? Like, if I change it to VIP, will my mods still be able to do it? Okay, Mick, you should be good. I think. I think maybe. Hold on, let me add a YouTube command as well. Wow, look at this. Upgrading my stream in real time. Isn't that nice? Command name YouTube. We apply. Wow. I have a YouTube channel. Okay, okay. And then we copy the thing that Azu posted. And then we paste it. Do you have to do anything special for links? I don't even know. It might work. It might work, perhaps. Perhaps. I think mods are indeed above VIP. I wouldn't have guessed that. Maybe I would have. I don't know what I would have guessed. Shout out McSalsa, the most slain epic VIP chatter ever. Real. My one and only VIP. The best of the best. You'll have these models for a while. They look good, so if it ain't broke, don't fix it type B. Oh, do people usually change their models a lot? I don't know. I don't know. This is like day one what my model has looked like. There's been little changes. Like at one point I recolored the tail and the eyebrows and no, you can't really tell, but I put freckles on my shoulder. Wow, those didn't used to always be here. I don't know what else I've changed. I don't know. Little stuff has changed, but for the most part, I like this design. Checked my follow age. I was not here during the Halloween streams. Sad. Mods are above everything, except owner, I believe. That makes sense. Mods can mute ban VIPs, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. I guess that makes sense. If any of my mods mute make salsa, then they're fired though. Do you make the model yourself? No. Well, like you won't find this model anywhere else. I did not purchase it, but I use a program called Spire Studio, which is like a 3D model creator. And so like everything, I don't know. It's kind of like in Skyrim when you make a character. Like there's sliders and stuff. So all of like my hair and like the ear shape and the tail shape are all like pre-made assets, and I just like adjusted them, and then I downloaded the outfit from a website. I colored the brown parts of the ear and the tail myself. So like it's mine, but I wasn't in Blender like making the shapes. You know? I don't know. I think if you downloaded Spire Studio, you could probably make a model pretty similar, but I don't think you'd ever be able to make a perfect replica. I'm pretty cool like that. I don't know. I would consider you making the model. I don't know. Would you? I don't know, I just feel bad because like, I don't know, if you watch a lot of other like 3D Spire Studio model users, like I've definitely seen models that had like the same exact like bangs as me or hair as me. Like I don't want to take credit for like me. I feel like I'm more of like put everything together. Like it's custom, but not necessarily I can't take all the credit, you know? I saw to your channel right as the WoW sound effect played in the video scared me. Oh, wait, that's really cute. Wait, that's a good sign, I think. Listening to FIR while playing Ponyland. Looks like you're about to sing MCR, maybe a bit of falling in reverse. What are you talking about? What does that even mean? Gotta head back now. Have a great rest of the stream and day. Keep on slaying. Ah, thank you. I hope work goes so well for you. Goodbye, Shan. I bought the wood and the nails and the hammer and built this shed, but now I wouldn't say it's my shed because I didn't make the pieces. That's what you sound like right now. Well, I don't know. I just don't want people to get the wrong idea. Like, I did not do any 3D shape creation. I would say maybe I made it like 70%. But some other very talented people, like, did a lot of heavy lifting, you know? I know. Oh, Yuki. Your box points. Womp womp. It's okay. You're getting all the bad gambles out of the way, and then you buy a scratcher ticket on your way home, and then you win $1 billion. Trust me. Trust me, I make the rules. I understand you don't want people to think you did rigging or 3D modeling. You built your own model in a program which does that for you. Yeah! You get it, you get it. You put it together! It's your model. Some other goobers made the pieces and you made the model. Put it in all caps so you can read it. Don't call me out for missing chats. Sigh. Put a lot of work into making your model. It wasn't from scratch, but you shouldn't undersell it. I don't know. I don't know. I guess that's true. I guess that's pretty true. Bet I'm buying a scratcher for the first time since 18 years old. Oh my god, really? Or something will happen. Oh. Shaking in my boots over here. My goodness. My goodness. What am I gonna do? No, but I think you'll win. Probably, maybe, hopefully. I also don't buy scratchers. Fun concept, though. Get the hesitation, though. There's a lot of weird takes on artwork now, and if you say the wrong thing, you can get hella cancelled and people will yell at you. Yeah. It's true, it's true. And also, like, in the VTuber sphere, I think, like, there are people who, like, do rigging and stuff, you know? And I don't want to pretend like I know how to do that. I don't know, I just want to be cautious. I think it's fair to say you own the model. I guess that's true. I guess that's true. I don't know, somebody somebody try to make a copy and then I'll sue you. I'll sue you for copying my thing, and then we can go to court and we can see what the judge has to say. I think that's the best way to solve this. Exactly what Mick said. I've seen someone else kit bash models together. Essentially what you did. And sure, it's not as hard as making the whole model from scratch and rigging it, but it still takes some effort. Don't undersell it. Well, thank you. It did take a lot of effort. It took a lot of hours. I don't know. The tail specifically, it's not even it's not even anything crazy, but shading it is so hard. Like, to make it look like a gradient from brown to pink without it looking like harsh. Oh my god, that took me like 3 hours. And then I like lost my progress and I had to do it again. I'm making a copy and I'm painting it blue. Sigh. Didn't Awa make a copy? Yeah, they did. He did. But that was in the past and I said it was chill, so I can't sue Awa. Somebody else do it and I'll sue you. Or Awa should do it again and then I'll sue them. I tried to make my own model. I very quickly realized I'm not talented enough for it. Oh. Really? Like in a 3D event? Like in V-Roid Studio? Also, I wasn't calling you out for missing messages with the alt caps message. I was calling out the fact you can't read. Yo. Yo, I have an English degree. I can read. Surely. Surely. Oh, I'll sell it to whoever wants it for $100. Bro! Sigh. It's true. She does have a copy of my model. It's my Halloween model, right? Do you have a copy of my regular model? Surely the Halloween one is worth more than 100. Man, I don't want an infection. Sounds not fun. Live 2D? I was trying to draw and figure out the layers and the rigging. Oh, yeah, that does sound quite difficult. But I also find it quite difficult to draw humans, like even not considering like having to do all the layering and rigging. So that just sounds like a nightmare. $9? Sigh. She reads so much better than me. Oh my god, thank you. I have a degree. Did you stumble on essentially 3 times? Stumbling is not the same as not being able to read. God. We all trip sometimes. That doesn't mean we can't walk. Surely. Surely this is some crazy slander. I sadly do not. 20 cents, take it or leave it. Oh my god. Let's exchange models after Steam. Let's so you can sell it for $100. Sigh. I promise I won't make you do anything strange. Interesting. Interesting. I was on some suspicious websites looking for some like I don't know if you've ever used Miku Miku Dance like MMD files. But I was looking for cute ones, like cute friendship ones. So like to potentially in the future do something where like my model and Mick's model were like holding hands or hugging or something. And there were some I couldn't find any cute friendship ones, but there were some erotic ones for sale. So just putting that out there. Let's talk about models. Makes me want to start Blender again. I'm also drawing and editing and dealing with hardware. Someday trust. Oh my god, big moves coming in 5 to 7 business years. Sheesh. Sheesh. I have genuinely zero artistic ability. I know nothing about rigging or modeling. That's fair. Rigging looks quite hard. I would like to have I would like to have maybe a different model in the future that was like live 2D, but I don't think I would ever be the one to make it. Quite difficult. Way to call me out, bro. Not to call you out, but could your PC handle Blender? That's so awesome. Keep calling them out. OMG, are we drop shipping fast model? No! No! What the hell? Sigh. Sigh! I think we should drop ship Azu's model. What website? No reason. I don't know what the website I was on was called, but the program is MMD. Like, if you ever see videos of like 3D characters dancing, like Hatsune Miku is like probably the most popular one. But I don't know. I've seen silly little videos of like Genshin characters, like their 3D models, like dancing to songs and stuff. It's like those kinds of files. It's a new thing now. People doing the whole NSFW model thing and making cash off it. It's wild to say the least. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know. I say get that bag. That's not something I'm interested in, but I think if you are, that's awesome. 20 business years were like. What's the difference between your model and a live 2D model? So a live 2D model is just it's like meant to look like it's 3D because they like can wiggle, but they're not actually 3D. Like I can spin around. I don't think live 2D model. I don't think live 2D models can spin around. It's just a lot of layers, like a ton of layers that makes it look like it's 3D. You know? Oh my god, poison. Let's go. How long is this game? What the hell? Oh my god, sorry, I've been yapping. Um. Scuber than it usually is. Look, we're at the boss of Act 1. We're chilling. Basically 3 floors. Each time she clears a map, that's the floor. Yeah, look, and we're about to clear the first floor. And I'm gonna lock in. I'm gonna lock in and then everything will be so awesome. And it'll move a lot faster. Trust. Oh, I should have done that first. It's fine. Everything's fine. We're just setting up. If people are able to make money off selling NSFW model feed pics, then by all means, I support it. Get that bag. That's so real. That's so real. Get that bag. Yeah, look at me. I'm locking. Yeah. Oh my goodness. Oh, and then we keep the block. Slay. As soon as you said you're gonna lock in, outside. Do you think that's a good thing or a bad thing? Oh my god, I'm dead as hell. Block. Maybe I should have used dexterity. I don't know. I'm scared. My PNG didn't come with feet. Missing out on big bucks. Oh my god, you had to contact your artist and ask to draw legs and also feet. Don't you have an image of your model with like little feet printed on it? Is that real or did I dream about that? You really are gonna buy the whole bottle next time. Ay. I was gonna say I don't think my model has feet, but that's a lie. I'm pretty sure it does. I don't know. In V-Ride Studio, I think it like if you make your model naked, I think they default have underwear and a bra if you have a feminine model. I was trying to think of if you could take the shoes off, but you definitely can, because I've had open toe shoe like heel situation. I don't know how detailed they are. Somebody get back to me. You have feet? Why wouldn't you have feet? Well, I know there's feet, but I didn't know if it was like stubs or not, you know? Like the body isn't super detailed. Like do you have Azu feet? I'm not. I'm just like I have an image of my head, but it's not super clear, so I'm not really sure. You have real feet. It's as detailed as your hands. Okay. The hands aren't super detailed. Like there's not like there's fingers, but I think it's still kind of nubby. I'm just saying. The point is, I don't think you could sell like feet pics because it's just like low res, you know? Renju a chibi and they plastered toes on it. Wow, that's so awesome. Genuinely, I'm so happy for you. Can you even paint your toenails? Well, that's something. That's something. That counts for something. Ugh. Wait, I'm dead. Wait, no, I'm not. He's dead. Just kidding. Yippee! You'd be very surprised what people are willing to spend excess money on. It's disappointing. It is disappointing because they're not spending it on me. Surely eventually somebody with excess money who does not want NSFW content will come in here and be like, wow, you have such a lovely personality, here's $100. Is that so much to ask for? Shiv's now hit all enemies. Ugh, I'm not going Shiv build, but that's so lovely. Deal 10 damage if fatal, gain an additional card reward. Discard your hand, add 1 Shiv. Ugh, what is with these Shiv cards? Maybe the hunt is good. Maybe, hopefully. Me with Zuma Girls. Did you even buy Zuma Girls? I thought somebody bought that for you. Cuber. Okay, I need 3 more elites for this sword to pop off. But they're not all in the same row. It's cooked. I think I'm gonna go this way. So I want this shop. I think this is a good plan. Oh, there's a shop here though. I think I spend an average of like 2 hours on Twitch a week. Usually to watch random games like this. And in that average time, I've seen people ask for some really insane things. It's so awesome. 10k feet redeem win? I would say probably never. I would say maybe don't get your hopes up. My conclusion, some people have way too much money to spend on really weird things. I think that's so beautiful. I'm manifesting that for everybody. Actually, wait, yeah, Exy did. You can filter the map? Filter? Well, yeah. How else are you supposed to... Are you just supposed to use your eyes? I don't want to do that. I want them to be big. Okay, check this out. Oh, yeah. Pretty awesome, huh? Sorry, I know that's not filtering, but I just thought you should know. Murderous creature. No need for violence here. Have part of me and find peace. Flesh, what the? Get an additional energy. Let's study a 3rd turn. And every turn after that. Yo, that's pretty good. You may sacrifice card rewards to pale. Every 2 sacrifices obtain a relic. That's crazy! Doubles blocking from a card. Then goes to sleep for 2 turns. I assume this procs turn 1. I don't know, I like sacrificing though. Sacrifice the whole deck, yeah! Oh my god, this is the best of both worlds. Okay, well, I'm going here, so that means I have to go either of these ways. I think it's exactly the same. It's just 2 enemies and a question mark. It's just the order. So we'll go this one. She's drawing on it earlier too? Yeah, pretty awesome, huh? I love drawing. Block seems hella useless. Yeah, it might be better on other characters where you're needing a lot of block or you're keeping a lot of block. Like, there's a character where you do damage based off how much block you have. But yeah, for me, I don't think that's nice. What did you sacrifice? I think it's card rewards. So I don't think it's your deck. I think it's like at the end of the combat where it's like Do you want a card? You can probably be like, no, here you go. You eat that, Pookie. You know? It's my guess anyway. Okay. Okay, we're poisoning. I feel bad having to block. I want to poison, but I really want to play it safe, you know? Yo! Took my thing. I hate this guy. He stole my card and he's gonna escape? What the? Kind of messed up. I think my poison goes crazy though. I think everything will be okay. Flutter? Wait, it's... Wait, it's like the birds in the first game, but... What? You made the thieves worse? I don't think the thieves should be flying as well. Oh, the hunt. I want that. Oh my god, peck diff. Sheesh. Check this out. Dude, what? What? Why is it one? Oh, it's because it's flying. This game sucks, by the way. You just like use a potion for fun. Every time you play 5 cards in a single turn, do 10 damage. Gain 50 block. If you take unblocked damage, this combat die. That sounds awesome. Put an attack from your draw pile to your hands. 50 block. For the whole gambit? This game sucks. You play it like every other week? Nuh-uh. This is Slay the Spire II. Actually, this one only came out yesterday. So that's different. Surely. Did I take the gambit? I feel like that's crazy. I kind of want it, though. But could you imagine if I died? That'd be unlucky. Attack when you drop pile into your hand. You can have attacks. I don't really want any of this. I think the gambit's gonna kill you next turn. What if I take it and I just don't play it this turn? Pretty awesome. Yeah, like carrot package. Yo, thank you, carrot. I feel so cared for. Okay, check this out. Do that. And then we bounce. Oy. Oh, see, I could have played the gambit and still won. I didn't. Oh, I forgot that flying they get stunned. Ugh, man, I should have gambit. It's fine. It's fine. It's just like less cool that I didn't. Fish oil. Take your stolen card back. Do I want this? Ooh. Do I want another bouncing flask? It's hard for me to know if it's better to have multiple copies of like a good card. Or if it's better to just have a small deck. I don't know. I kind of want to sacrifice. I just like wanna... I just want a bunch of relics. You go, Dragon. You can have it. Do I take this? Yeah, I think I take it. I think that's a good card. Okay. Here we go. Here we go. Crystal Sphere. Oh, this is such a nice aesthetic. What a good color. I predicted you'd enter. A raspy voice calls out as you enter a mystic hut. Your destiny has brought you here. We must uncover your future and fortunes so you can save us all. Okay, here are the options for the Crystal Sphere reading. Be sure to sign this waiver as well, she says while bringing out the pen and parchment. Okay, we can uncover the future. So we pay 65 gold and divine 3 times. I don't know what divine means. Or we gain a debt, which sucks. And divine 6 times. OMG, we're getting scammed. That feels kind of real. I don't know what divine means. So I don't know if it's worth it to get more of them. This curse does suck big time, but I don't know. Maybe it'd be easy to get rid of. There is a shop right here. I could maybe get rid of it. I'm gonna try. Going into debt! Yeah, I think going into debt is the play. Let's begin to see what's within. What? Whoa. This is just like the Webkinz mining game. How to divine. Reveal your future by revealing the tiles. Select small divination or big divination and reveal the tiles within the crystal sphere. Once an item is revealed, you will receive it at the end of the session. But beware, revealing some items may be dangerous. I didn't know there was danger involved. It says I have 6 remaining. Is it still 6 whether I have to do a big or a small? Let's go right here and just see. Big, big, big. Okay. Sweet fortunes bestow you. Okay, we got a potion. This looks like a card. I don't know if I want a card. Go here. Yes, yes. Wait, money? Okay. Treasure? Going crazy? Let's go here. A box? I want a box. Oh, another potion. 1 remaining. Okay. Show me what's in the box. Yo! We got some money? Oh, a gambler's brew. I don't think... Do I want that? Fish oil is good. Vulnerable is good. I'd be fine getting rid of a speed potion, but I don't know if it's actually better. What is this? Retain your hand for 2 turns. Oh, that's also a potion. I thought this is a relic. Okay, I definitely don't want that. I low-key think I'm gonna keep what I have. She can have her little potions. That's the end of our session. That was fun. I'm glad I didn't get anything negative. Surely the money will pay off the debt. Yeah, I got like 60. I got $60. So surely that card will not be in my hand 6 times. That'd be a bit ridiculous. Okay, do some nice setup. And low-key take a bunch of damage, but like it's fine. Because at least we're set up. 1 pixel off the box is effed up. We didn't clear 1 corner on the top left. Wait, I forgot about the box. What? No! What's in the box? That's okay. I'm gonna choose to believe that the box was a scam. Like you open it and then it just kills you. I know that's probably not how it was, but nothing's stopping me from believing that. Oh no, my 10 gold. Get some block. I wish I had more block. That's okay. Do we poison or do we tools of the trade? I think we poison. Surprise! It's just in the box. That's crazy. Imagine like going to a slot machine or like some sort of gambling, and it's like you already paid $10 to play the game, but then like one of the prizes is like you have to pay $10 more. It's kind of awesome. I want to do bouncing flask, but I want them to all be on him. This guy's like pretty much already dead. Oh well. What? Why do they all go on the egg? Okay, whatever. whatever. It's fine. It's fine. I wasn't even worried about it. $15. Oh my goodness. Sure are some strong bugs. Oh, I probably should have double defended. I'm not playing this game very safe. I'm kind of playing like a goober, but that's fine. Sure, the health is there as a resource to be used. Oh yeah, we weaken him. And then we double defend. Sheesh. Oh my god, and he's dead this turn. Does the dead count? I don't know. I don't want to find out. Oh, I can't even kill him this turn anyway. Okay, whatever. Everything is fine. Someone go and get their pet bug. Oh my god. And then we peck him. Sheesh. I knew peck was a good card. Yeah, I don't want that. Sacrifice. Oh wait, it gave me a blood vial. Sheesh. That's so nice. For somebody like me, I feel like I skip cards a lot, so it's just free real estate. Okay. Okay, looking good. Okay, 100. Jeez. Okay. Well, we'll get rid of the debt. Like, debt has been paid. Let's see what relics we got. Regular enemy combats are no longer encountered in question mark rooms. On pickup, raise your max HP by 7. Or whenever you gain gold, raise your max HP by 1. Wait, every time you gain gold? That sounds awesome. I mean, 1 isn't that much, but I think that would scale like crazy. Gain 1 buffer. Oh. I like that. I like that a lot. Next attack you play deals triple damage. I don't think I have any big attack cards. 10, 12. I think the biggest I have is 12. I kind of want a buffer. Kind of think that would be good. Since there's an RR on the line, we gotta we gotta play kind of safe. Okay, we're resting. Our max HP is going crazy sicko mode. We're going to this elite. What is this? Infested Prism. The first time Infested Prism takes attack damage each turn, the attacker gains energy. Oh, that's good. Do I gain energy for doing this? Oh, I do! That's nice. Okay. Gonna defend up. Bam! Bam, bam, bam. Sorry, checking my notifications. Okay, let's go. You play cost 0. Ugh. Okay, we're neutralizing. I like the vital spark. that's so good for me. What noxious fumes? And I guess we'll pounce and then defend as much as we can. Yes. Yes, we're not even taking damage. This is so awesome. Oh, poison in him. I want more poison, but I feel like it would be smarter if I blocked a lot. Okay. We're being safe, we're being safe. He'll take passive damage anyway. It's better to keep health. If possible. Bam, bam. this. Oh, I should have shadow melded. It's a little awkward. A little awkward, but that's okay. Youch. Youch. I don't want to take 20. Well, I guess I take a lot of damage here, and then I have this combat to get through. But then it's smooth sailing until we get to this little thing and we can heal again. Okay. It's surely it's fine. Surely everything is so chill. Times 3. Well, that's not very chill. Yatch. Play. Quit. Okay, I think... Okay, he's dead. He's dead and everything is so awesome. Defending just in case, so... I know my math's not that wrong, but, you know, you never know. This turn, your next card is played an extra time. I think that's just better than fish oil. The start of each combat, gain 8 vigor. Yo, nice. And ooh, Envenom maybe? I actually don't have too many attacks, but I think Envenom is good in general. Okay. They're so cute. I don't know, something about a shaky little bug just makes me feel quite happy. They have artifacts, so they can't be poisoned until that's gone. A little unlucky, not gonna lie. Womp womp. Oh well. Okay. Okay, now this guy can be poisoned. Slay! Oh, I guess Peck actually is better than Strike for Envenom. Because this would apply 3 poison. Whereas Strike only applies 1. See, I knew Peck was awesome. Can I kill the Chomper this turn? I feel like I kinda can't. I also can't really defend too much. Poison is triggered 1 additional time. I guess we bounce and defend. Gamble all. Yo, you did it! You did it! Thank goodness you were losing a little bit there. You're so back. Play. Weaken that little guy. Ugh. So much dazed. So unlucky. much? How long is each game? I see why you didn't want to bet for $1. Yeah. But imagine playing this game for 2 hours and then like you don't even win. I thought this was a fast game. No. No, I don't think this game is really fast at all. Unfortunately. Womp womp womp. Wait. I'm dead if I don't defend. Maybe. 6 plus 12 is not enough. Mick, when are you playing real? I need Mick on here for real, for real. That was like multiple mini games. Oh no, it's like a dungeon crawler. Unfortunately, well, I guess not unfortunately. I quite like it, but not good for if you have $1 on the line. You know it's co-op you could play with Fast? Does it cost money? Is it? Wait, low-key does. How is that low-key? I think it's pretty high-key. I believe it's $20. But you know, it is co-op. It is co-op. Oh, it's $24.99. I lied. $20 plus 5. High-key costs money. Yeah. Yeah. But the co-op is so fun. And I'm really happy with it. I was worried to be kind of like suspicious and weird, but I think they did a really good job. And then look, we could draw together. Pretty cool, huh? Have you tried the co-op? Yes. So Hero bought me this game yesterday, and so we played it. We played it last night a little bit for like 2 hours. We played it for 2 hours and we didn't even get past Act 1, I don't think. Wait, that's not true. We got past Act 1, but we did not get very close to winning, unfortunately. I even know it had co-op a few days ago. Yeah! It's so awesome. How much money is it? I get it if it goes on sale. It's $24.99, but I think the first game goes on sale pretty often. So I'd have to imagine this one will go on sale soon. Like I would... like if you want to play it and you don't really care about playing it right now, I would definitely put it on your wish list. And it will definitely go on sale. You try to buy it, me too. Yo! Our sugar guild master. Yo, I'm dead. Wait, am I dead? Why is his whole name green if he's only got 8 poison? I don't know what that means. Oh yeah, we hunted him. I am so dead. Deal 10 damage to all enemies. Is that a good thing? I don't know if this fella has a lot of... Like, I don't know if this is one fella or multiple fellas. I guess even if it was multiple fellas, 10 damage isn't crazy. If the enemy has poison, apply to a poison. Sheesh, give me that. Can block equal to poison all enemies. Oh, that sounds so good. Surely you'll be fine either way. Maybe that's real. Maybe I don't need the little potion. Do I take this? I think I take this. I want to get rid of my blocks. Tired of them. Oh my god. Cards containing strike deal 3 additional damage. Wow. I don't think I have any strike cards other than the normal ones. Oh, yeah. Instead of 6, these are doing 9 now. Sheesh. Okay, please don't be an enemy. Okay, it's not an enemy. Field of man-sized holes. The sudden sight of a massive field, gouged through the large outlines of bodies, stops you in your tracks. One of the outlines matches your own. It's perfect. Remove 2 cards from your deck. Add normality to your deck. Cannot play more than 3 cards a turn. Is that only if it's in your hand? Like, if you discard this, does it go away? I don't know how that works. Enchant a card with perfect fit. Enter your hole. Whenever this is shuffled into your draw pile, place it on the top instead. So a card that you'd want to play over and over again. Is that good for Bubble Bubble? I don't even know. I think it's probably better to remove 2 cards. Defend and strike. Get those out of here. You walk past all the holes, even the one carved perfectly in your shape. Why didn't I go inside? What would have happened? Have I been in that hole before? Who made these holes? What is... who... where? I don't know. I feel like a lot of people would be able to fit in the same sized hole. I feel like it's not that crazy. Maybe it is. I guess I've never seen a fast-sized hole. No, I can't. I can't afford that. That's so sad. I can't afford anything. I want anchor. I want anchor for real. Next turn, gain block equal to your current block. Interesting. Okay, get me out of here, I guess. Whatever. Didn't want to see you anyway. Okay, we're resting up. Okay. Okay, wow. Our max health is looking pretty good. Yo! Hunter killer. Am I a hunter? Okay, poison triggered an additional time. Draw discard. Yup. Noxious shrooms. Yup. That's a really good setup turn. Tender. Whenever you play a card... Whenever you play a card, lose 1 strength and 1 dexterity this turn. Oh. Okay. Interesting. 17 damage. So my first card should be attack, because I don't think dexterity and strength are really affected by poison stuff. Okay. Okay. Pretty huge. Chomp. What is that? First time you lose HP each combat, draw 3 cards. Oh, lovely. I didn't even know I had that. Maybe I did. Who knows? Not me. Okay, 7 times 3, that's a lot. Sheesh. Block. Block. Neutralize. Okay, no damage taken here. Get all that poison. Sweet poison. Okay, discard. Okay, being able to discard every turn is pretty Pretty sweet. 6 block. Oh, maybe I could have killed him. Whoops. Whoops. Didn't think about that. Now I'm taking 6 damage, but that's okay. Wait. Why did that kill him if he only had 19 poison? Does anybody know what's going on? Not me. Surely not me. Surely someone. Somewhere. Sacrifice. Oh gee. My sub to the person who has the head pat emote I'm using for the carrot package is just expired. You're gonna have to do without the pats. I don't make the rules. Oh, it's okay. It's okay. We do not hold this against you. Don't worry. Do you think it's dangerous to go to an elite? I really want this sword to do its thing. I think my deck's pretty okay. But I am worried. Get the elite? But what if he does like 20 damage? And then what do I do here? And then this guy's all messed up. Okay, I'll try it. Bees! 17 HP left. And then I have to go into the boss with 17. I can use it up until I refresh stream. You end stream. And my browser refreshes every 2 hours each. Okay. Surely it's okay. Peck Loki griefs this fight. When an enemy is hit by an attack, add what? What the? Why would Peck do that to me? Oh my god, bro. Okay. Does Duplicator work with Akabeko? So your next attack deals 8 additional damage. But does it keep it? Like, for example, if I played this and then played Pounce, would it do 40 damage? Or would it do 20 and then whatever the normal one is? My guess is no, but it might. Sigh. You're supposed to be knowing things, Azu. It just came out! I don't know. I just expected more from you. I don't know what to say. 21. What the? Okay, well, we're not doing Peck, so that's something at least. 3 poison to a random enemy 3 times. Okay, I'm just gonna defend and noxious fumes. You didn't do any attack. We don't have any garbage cards in our deck. Everything's okay. Poison is triggered 1 additional time. And then give him some more poison. Oh, this will exhaust. This will exhaust, but I think it's worth it. Block. Do that. Okay. Okay. Okay, everything's fine. It's not so bad. Normality. Alright, we're chilling. We're chilling. He's not attacking. I'm not attacking. Why does the poison proc twice? Is it procking twice? It like feels like it low-key is. Okay, isn't gonna be fatal, I don't think. Double. We'll just be so defensive. And let the poison do its thing. Yup. Bam, bam, bam. Oh! Its poison is triggered an additional time. Wait, that's so crazy. I thought that meant like when you apply poison, it like adds another. Like I was thinking instead of 12, it would be like 13. That's crazy. That's insane. I didn't know I was I didn't know I had that dog in me. Oh wait, am I discarding? What am I doing? Oh, okay. Get this out of here. Sheesh. Loki kind of dead? Is it Loki kind of dead? I don't know. I don't know, but I'm scared. Okay, that's looking dead. Sheesh. Oh my god. I didn't know I was eating so hard. Play the top 3 cards of your draw pile. Is that good? I don't know. Oh my god, energy! And I already have a Mirage, so I don't really want another one. I'll sacrifice that. Oh my god! Discounted prices, sheesh. I low-key am not using my potions, like, even a little bit. But I guess that's good. I'll go into the boss with a lot. I like all of these. Maybe vulnerable isn't really helping me out, because we're not really attacking. Maybe this is fine. Also, I don't know why this potion is like a little bean in a specimen jar, but that's kind of awesome. Oh my god, we have 100 max health. Sheesh. And we have 69 out of 100. Sheesh. I think the silent, like, default has 70 health. So we're pretty much going into this knowledge demon fight with max health. I have never seen this before, though. So wish me luck. Debuff. So far, it looks pretty regular. It's just some debuffs. I want Envenom, but I think this is just better. Okay. Poisoned up. Okay. Okay. Make your choice. The end of your turn takes 6 damage. Draw 1 fewer card each turn. Yo, I don't want this. I guess mind rot. Scrolling Instagram reels for 3 hours. Okay. Bonk. Okay. 23 block. I guess this is a fine time to do that. No time like the present. Wait, it's gonna heal itself? What the? Okay, I mean, the hunt is low-key not super awesome. Noxious fumes. Ew. I don't have Envenom, so maybe Pounce isn't gonna do much. But just double defend. Though today. Ew, I do not like the way he wiggles. Oh my god, discard this. Sheesh. Poison. Oh yeah. But this is so awesome. Make your choice. Yo, look at this thing. You cannot play more than 3 cards each turn. Take 7 damage. I'm not taking 7 damage. That's horrible. Can Loki, discard that. This guy's like Loki dead as hell. I think my deck is kind of eating. Oh my goodness. Get this out of here. Is he dead? I assume he's dead, but I don't know. What if the green is just like wrong and they're like, actually he killed you. Yay, I'm in the best deck too! Add a card to your deck. This turn your next skill is played an extra time. I think that is pretty good. I think that's pretty awesome. Act 3 glory. Oh my god. Oh my god, I'm feeling so glorious. That's how I'm feeling for today. It's so cute! So weak. But you have potential. Use this weapon. Warhammer. Oh my god. I need Warhammer players in chat. Whenever you kill an elite, upgrade 4 random cards. Whoa. I don't have like anything upgraded. That's kind of awesome. Crossbow. At the start of your turn, add a random attack into your hand. It costs 0 this turn. Oh, I don't want random stuff filling up my hands. I have a build going. I don't want to mess it up. Or try Boomerang. Choose 3 attacks in your deck. Enchant them with Instinct, which makes them cheaper. Oh. A thinker. Nice flower. Thank you, thank you. Thank you. Wow, that's crazy. Hold on. Whatever. Whatever. Well, not whatever. Hold on. I want it. I want it to be cute. Maybe smaller is cuter. Okay, that's fine. I've been staring at my Krita for like 4 hours now. I don't know what to draw. Did you hear that? It's like a motorcycle or something. Draw your favorite Pokemon. I think that'd be nice, maybe. Okay, it's 3 attacks in my deck. Do I even... Where are my attacks at? Okay, so... I can make my... Straight... I can make my Pectar cost 0. Pounce cost 0 might be nice. I don't know. I think upgrade for random cards is better though. Because I need 1 more elite to be killed anyway. And then like none of this is upgraded. I think that's the move. I think we're playing Warhammer 2077. Is that one of them? Or is it 477? Is there even a 477? I don't know much about Warhammer. Is that War Thunder? I think Warhammer is something, but I couldn't tell you. I've never played it. Okay, lots of elites to choose from. I feel like by the time my Sword of Stone is transformed, it's gonna be like the end of the game, and then like what am I even gonna be using that for? I think I want to get it done as early as possible so I can use the relic. Oh, but then I miss this little shop. I miss all the shops if I do that. Okay. Don't look at that. We need a shop and an elite in the same line. Could just go this way. Get this elite. Is that good? If we go this shop, we'll hit 2 of them. Probably won't be able to afford anything. And 2 elites. I think this is the move. I think I think we're going this way. Okay. Swing. Draw a frog. You should draw a frog. I love frogs. To get into a positive mindset, so I'm trying my best to say. Can't. I am currently not at a level I'm confident could portray my favorite Pokemon, as their design requires a bit of skill. That makes sense to me. Well, then maybe don't draw your favorite Pokemon. Maybe draw my favorite Pokemon. I'm unable to come up with smart words for no. No. Apple later. What? What's wrong with the frog? Sigh. I don't know what you're in the mood to draw then. I think these are good suggestions. Rock'n'Rolla, yeah! I love Rock'n'Rolla. Jiltic too. But surely you could draw Rock'n'Rolla. It's just a circle. Just a circle with feet. Surely that's pretty good. These are cute. Skrilla biting. It's kind of awesome. Whenever Skrilla biting deals unblocked attack damage, you lose 2 max HP. Oh my. Good thing I've maxed up. Oh, I can't play. I can't play Peck because I got normality. What the? Sigh. Does normality? I assume that gets rid of this skill chaos. Like that wouldn't proc. I've done literally one thing and I've had this tablet for a month. Rock'n'Rolla with a Joltik in its eye hole thing. That's his ear, actually. Ew, that sounds weird. That sounds weird. Wow, what's he doing in there? I don't like it. I don't like it. I'm vetoing that one. Not allowed to draw that one. I'm gonna lose so much max HP. What the? 9. It's cooked regardless. Crunch, crunch. Okay, only lost 1 that time. Yo, don't get your strength up. You're making me sad. At the start of your turn, apply 2 poison to all enemies. Yippee! Weaken. Oh my god, we can just kill you, Slay. Taking a lot of damage though. Can you just do this and see what happens? Okay, Slay, and then we do that. Oh yeah, he's dead. Okay, everything is fine. Giving me a whole lot of ideas I'd work if I was an artist. I'm not. Well, you don't have to do realism. You know, like you could draw a frog or an apple that's more of like a cartoonish cutesy. Duh! Simpson donut! Oh my god, I love those. I love those. That sounds so good. When's the last time you guys have had donuts? It's been a little while for me. I'm trying to think of the last time I had a donut. I think when I went home for Christmas, I think I got a donut. I think it was a chocolate one. Donut. Artist equals realism. I never said I wanted to do realism. Oh. Well, I don't know. I feel like you're being really hard on yourself. You could just draw like very basic sketches of things. And like it's okay if it doesn't look that great. You know? You gotta practice to be able to learn. Oh my god. Chomp. That's how I feel sometimes. Oh my god, he's dead. I do think I lost like 8 max HP, but it's okay, we'll get it back. Every 3 times you apply poison, do 15 damage to all enemies. Is that good? And that is like a poison card. That is a poison card, but I think my deck doesn't really need it. I'm gonna sacrifice. Artist not equal realism. Why don't you try chasing first? Get used to hand movements. You can chase me if you want. Take a screenshot of my head and then chase my hair. I think that'd be awesome. That's what I would do. Yo, devoted sculptor. That's a cool design. Okay, we'll do a little setup stuff. Apply some poison. Bonk. I wish I had more setup cards. I wish I had accelerant, but it's fine. Bam. I was confused where she got the realism part from. Oh, I see. I don't know. I just imagine if someone's like, I don't know. Like, I can't do it because I'm not an artist. I assume that means like you're trying to do it perfect. And like, or like make it look realistic or something. But I don't know. I don't know. I think maybe you're just too much in your own head about it. I think you should just have a good time. That's my advice anyway. Artists does not mean you do realism. I don't know, I feel like... I don't know. I feel like if someone's like, I can't draw a frog. It's like, well, maybe you can't draw a realistic frog, but look, you could just draw a silly little guy. That's still a frog. I don't know. Is this a regular enemy? No, he looks kind of big. Oh, at the end of its turn gains 9 strength. Oh. That is kind of rough, huh? Okay. Okay, it'll be okay. Yeah, fish stuck, yeah! Have a good night, sleepyhead. I died on floor 48. On my first run? On your first one, you got farther than I even am? What? Oh man. You might be more of a gamer than I am. I'm just gonna gloss over that. I'm gonna not think about that too much. Block equal to poison on all enemies. Man. I wish I could play all these cards. I don't even know why I took Envenom. I don't have that many attacks. Kinda wish I got rid of this. This is the first game though? Oh. Do you think the first game's easier? I genuinely can't tell. I don't know. I feel like the first game was a little easier for me. Like, I feel like it did not take me this many tries just to beat the game for the first time ever. I don't know why that is. First game felt much easier for me. Okay, I'm glad it's not just me. I don't know. I don't know if it's just that, like, the enemies are doing more attack or have more health. But I feel like I'm on, like, Ascent 7 or something. Maybe not 7. Maybe like Ascent 4. And I don't know. Might have built habits on the first game, though. Don't know how new players feel. Oh, that's a good point. That's a good point. I guess if anybody plays this for the first time without playing the first game, you'll have to you'll have to let us know if it felt super hard or not. Okay, I guess we're Mirage then. Oh yeah. Not taking any damage. Surely. My god, that's some crazy strength. Okay, discard that. Accelerate goes crazy. And then I have no defend whatsoever. Is this worth lucky tonicking for? I don't know. I feel like it is. 30 is so much. I guess I'll just play in Venom. Maybe help me next turn. 39! Oh, discarding. Don't need Shadow Meld. Is this guy dead? No! Why aren't you dead? Youch. I should have blocked. I just assumed he would be dead. Okay, whatever. It's fine. Heck, go. Oh, yeah. Slay. Sacrifice. Start each combat with 1 strength. Okay. Okay, it looks good. What the axe spot? They're so ugly. Okay, 5 times 2. When killed, a new axe spot is summoned in its place? So I have to kill 6 of them? What the? Okay, awesome. Awesome, that's really peachy. You liked robots? No, these ones are ugly. This doesn't feel like a sleek, pretty robot. This feels like... have you ever, like, drove by houses and there's just, like, a rusty truck in the front lawn? And it's like, man, you just know that nobody's driven that truck in, like, 8 years. It's just, like, sitting there rusty. That's kind of what these feel like. I will say, I like their legs. They've got cute, like, elephant feet. But their bodies and their heads are weird. They're shaped. Okay, yeah, you're not helping the case. You're not helping the case even a little bit. You're actually making me like them worse. Ugh. I want to bubble, but I gotta defend. What state's Wally? Oh, I've never seen Wally. Or if I have seen Wally, it was when I was really little. I really don't remember much about it. I'm sure he's cool, in a way. Sure there's nothing wrong with him. Why did that all go on the one that's already dead? It's fine. Stop. Okay, wait. Maybe it's winning me over. I kind of liked how it rolled up like that. Shit. Okay. Nice skill you play got 0. This turn. Next skill is played an extra time. Ugh. These would go so good together if I had anything. I'm with Fost on this one. I hate Wally too. Wait, why do you hate Wally? His eyes are cute. And isn't he like doing environmental stuff? It's like helping compost. I don't know. I'm sure he's like fine. Just don't know much about him. Wow. Wow, epic combo. Wally haters. Sigh. I will say, I do think Wally's girlfriend is more of my style of robot. But you know, they're fine. Nothing wrong with them. Peck, go. If this packs twice, is he dead? I don't really know how this works. I'm gonna like assume he's dead, and then I'm gonna scream and cry if he's not. What? Wait! Oh, it's cause the poison it goes down one. I'm screaming and crying. Okay, it's fine. It's fine. I didn't even need that health. This isn't even an elite. Okay. That's awesome. That is so awesome. Everything is awesome. Oh wait, I could hunt this guy. Slurp. Okay. He blocks the first turn he comes in. I don't think he should be allowed to take a turn. What's the robots are annoying as hell? Really? Oh, I don't even remember. I see no screaming or crying. My health. Let's go. It's fine. It's fine. I didn't even want it. I didn't even want to have 30 health. Think I lurk now? If you don't have somebody to raid later, let me know. Like, always got somebody. Thank you, Carrot. I appreciate that. I hope you have a lovely lurk. Oh my god. Okay, so I scream and cry like you told me to, and now you're laughing at me. I'm screaming and crying and you're laughing at me. It's fine. It's fine. I'm probably not even gonna get my dollar. It's fine. It's chill. And all the poison's going on the dead guy. No, the screaming and crying was just entertaining. No, I'm screaming and crying with you right now. Oh, thank goodness. Thank goodness, I was worried. I don't really want to take 9 damage. I don't do that at all. But I want Envenom as well. Oh well. Guess they're just taking one. It's not the worst thing. Yo! Wait, I'm frail and weak? Get this out of here. Okay, Loki, poison that guy. Smack this guy. Lives on 1. Not on my watch. Get out of here. The poison's kind of nice for this, because it packs at the end of the turn. And then the new one can't do anything till the turn after. That's kind of nice. Okay, that guy's dead. Slay. This is so much. There's so many little robot guys, and they're hurting me. They're hurting me, and I don't like it. 9. Huh. That'd be 17. I'm still taken. Well, no. I guess 12. Okay, everything is fine. Wait, he died? Okay, my mouth is just all wrong. I thought he wouldn't die for sure. You're stinky. What do you mean? I showered. I showered yesterday. I went to the gym last night and then I took a shower afterward. So in theory, I should smell like apples. Hi, Big Papa. How's your Friday going so far? Okay, sacrifice. Weak enemies take double damage from attacks. Yeah, we're not attacking. Sacrifice. Bag of marbles. At the start of each combat, apply 1 vulnerable to all enemies. Yo! Okay. It's fine. That's fine. Just got off work and I'm EP. Yo! Aw, thank you for the 7 streak. Wait, take a nap. Take a nap. Take a nap. Get tucked. Take a nap and then wake up and play 1 billion video games. Go crazy. Oh, raise your max HP by 7 and heal all your HP. Healing all HP goes crazy. There are 3 fires though. But I'm worried that this thing will be an issue. So maybe healing before that is better. Well, first, immediately let's remove a card. Not yet. Why not? Why not? Like a little bit? Black equal to poison on all enemies. What do I get rid of? Shadow Meld hasn't been too helpful. Oh, I didn't even realize normality was in here. Yeah, get rid of that. We're not playing a lot of attacks. I feel like I'm not too strapped for energy. I think Lee's Waffle is smart. I think we'll do that. Unhand me! Oh my god, you're double tucked. Like, I tucked you on the left side, and then Awa tucked you on the right side. So you're in there. You're in there. Whoa. Glowped. Powers are afflicted with Galvanize. Take 6 damage when this card is played? Hell nah. I don't want to take 6 damage. That's messed up. I guess I don't really need tools of this trade that bad. Get it out of here. We can strike and defend. Wait, why do I have? Oh, start each combat with additional energy. Okay. None of this is helpful. We'll pretend to play Bubble Bubble, I guess. You will be handed. You will come back here. And Venom. It's so sad now. Okay. Thanks, you're still taking damage. I need this guy to be poisoned. Why are his hands so big? Oh my god. Okay, pounce. And then bounce. Neutralize. And defense. Okay. Okay. Everything is awesome. I think maybe. Poison is triggered 1 additional time. I need that. I need that really bad. But my damage. What if we double survivor? And then accelerant.
There, Faust.
Oh. Thank you. Ah, thank you so much. Thank you so much. I've been grieving all day the loss of my iced coffee. It was so good. It was like maybe the best iced coffee I've ever made. I don't know what I did differently, but I got the ratio of ice to milk to espresso so perfect. It was so yummy. And then I only got to drink half of it. Sigh. Upside down! Okay. Oh. Okay. Wow, my tail just covering everything. Surely. Surely you guys don't need to see the top corner. Tail POV, shush. It's fine. Okay. Oh wait, look, we're touching ears. Oh, we're not quite touching ears. We're almost touching ears. I low-key don't know what to do with these honeycombs. They're kind of awkward. Okay, they can just chill. Surely that's chill. You guys like it there, right? It's gonna hurt a little, huh? I want to use skill potion, but I feel like I should save it for something like hard like this. Ugh. Guess we block and take the L on the hunt. Tail POV! It's almost an ear. Let's go, Lucas. Yeah! Can't quite reach you though. If you come through the enemy's line of sight, they won't do my attack. Wait, that's so awesome. Is it working? I haven't been paying attention. Surely it's working, right, guys? Right? Right? Okay, wait, maybe... Is he dead? 16 times 2 is 32. Plus 10 is 42. He's not dead. So we block. You see that quick maths? Pretty cool, huh? Man, I just fully healed. Like, at this shop. And I'm already so cooked. It's okay, check this out. Oh, yeah. No, thank you. No, thank you. Oh, a greasy book. Self-help book. On the floor lies a tome. Top 3 ways to conquer the Spire. The book is encrusted with blood, so you find this manuscript highly suspicious. Will you read it? This is blood? This looks like somebody made spaghetti and just like dropped a book in it and then spilt it. Like it just looks like marinara. And then this looks like the little oregano leaves. And then this is you. This is you on the cover. You read the back. Choose an attack to enchant with sharp 2. Increases damage on this card by 2. Oh. I do not be attacking that much though. Nimble. Increases block or swift. First time you play this card, draw 2 cards. Maybe increasing block would be good. Drawing cards is good too. Looks like what anime Italian food looks like, yo! That's kind of awesome. You're gonna make the art team cry? No, I didn't mean that as a bad thing. I meant that as a compliment. Like, good heavens, sir. Your blood looks like marinara sauce. That's a compliment. That's a compliment. You're bringing your own anti-marinara sauce issues to the table when you really shouldn't be. But it's okay, I forgive you this time. Maybe making this have more block would be good. Because it's not removed, you know? Surely that does something. You flip to a random page. Ah! Sorry. Eating my mic. Defense 101. Don't get hit. You read the rest of the passage, and it's surprisingly illuminating. You incorporate these ideas into your battle tactics. Wow. What do you mean? Why am I getting double ermed? Double ermed up on a Friday afternoon. Oh my god, it's almost 5 p.m. To be at my friend's house at 6:30. Oh, well, surely this won't take like an hour. Nobody distract me. I'm locking in. Italian food sounds kind of good, not gonna lie. Oh, it does. It does sound pretty good. I had spaghetti recently. It was nice. You know what I think sounds good? A Homer Simpson donut. Ugh. I don't know if there's a Krispy Kreme near me. Ugh. I should look into that. You enter a rest site. Start the next combat with an additional 2 energy. Wow! Oh my god, and I'm at a rest site. Sheesh. Resting up. Nice pasta with garlic and olive oil. Ooh, I'm not the biggest garlic fiend. I don't know. I think I'd rather have marinara sauce with pasta. Like, I don't know. Garlic's okay. But it's just okay. Spaghetti donut. Oh, wow. Is it sweet or is it like completely savory? Sorry, not to be TMI, but my back is sweaty. Ugh. Gotta put a blanket back there. I don't know, it's getting so warm outside. And I don't know, I love to wear a crop top when it's warm outside. But it's always such a trap because you think like, oh, if I wear a crop top, then like I'm showing a little bit of skin. So that means I won't be as warm. But then your bare skin is on your leather chair and then you're sweaty and then you're sad and then you tell your chat about it and they all leave and go home. They all unfollow you. I like next week it's gonna be 75 here. Oh my goodness. That is very warm. Good hiking weather. I kind of wish there was more oh my god, hi Hero Slay the Spire II co-op. Oh my goodness, did you guys know that Hero Hum is the reason I have this game? Oh my goodness, everybody please clap for Hero Hum. Oh yeah. I do like 75-degree weather, but I wish I don't know. I want like a happy medium. I feel like it went from 40 degrees to like 80 degrees. You know? And I want some nice springtime weather so I'm not outside and hot. You know? Oh, you're playing! I'm playing! Huh? Rule 5. Chachi, what is this Rule 5 emoji? That man looks a bit like a hamster. In a good way. Don't worry. Clap! I'm gonna be outside and hot. Oh, I would way rather be hot than I would be cold. Or sorry, other way around. I'd way rather be cold than I would be hot. I want the nice medium though. Like I want to be outside wearing like jeans and a t-shirt, and I want there to be a nice breeze, and I want it to be a little warm but not like sunny and hot, you know? Y'all deserve a fun time. Oh my goodness, you're so sweet. You're so very, very sweet. We love Hero Hum in this household. Okay, 21 damage is quite a lot. Can block 12 of it. Maybe I should have blocked some more. Wait, where did all this energy come from? Oh, my vulnerable tea set. How lovely. Okay. Okay, we're doing fine. Let me sweat. It's sweating time? You like sweating? Oh, not me. I feel kind of gross. I feel kind of gross when I'm sweating. I would way rather be shivering. Like if I had to pick one. But again, where is my happy middle springtime weather? She's gone. She's gone and it's only March. I get all sweaty and grapple with without sweaty dudes? With other sweaty dudes? Oh. Grapple. Like judo? I think it's quite unfortunate when I'm going against somebody at judo and they're a bit sweaty. Like, I don't fault them for that. That's not their fault for being sweaty. But it's always just a touch unfortunate, in my opinion. I would rather be grappling with a dry dude. But to each their own. Okay, block. Block and then what? I guess bounce. Okay, 4 damage. Not too bad. Not too bad. Could be worse. Okay, get some more poison. Oh, we can poison them up. Oh, wait, I should have bursted and then bubbled. And then Mirage. Oh, that would have been cinema. Oh well. I guess I can do that. Kind of the same. Bam, 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 bam. I'm hella annoyed. Why are you annoyed? I'm so sorry to hear that. Ugh! Oh my god. Okay, wow, this is cooked. Maybe we use the skill potion and see what happens. Choose a card next turn, add 3 copies into your hand. Oh, Mirage, lovely. Give me that. Double your blocking. And then Mirage. Oh, thank goodness. This manga, I was like kind of excited to read. The author just said, I'm done after 21 chapters and ended it. Oh, that's so sad. That's never happened to me before. I've been in the middle of like shows or something and it gets canceled. But I've never been in a situation where the author was just like, no thanks. That sounds quite sad. You're poking that eyeball with your tail? Oh my god. Sorry. Wait, but then I'm like, I feel like I'm sneaking around the corner. I'm like, I'm like peeking into like my mom's bedroom. You're my mom in this case. I'm like, hi. Hi, I had a nightmare. So I think poking the eyeball, well, could be on this side. No. I think we're just gonna have to be poking the eyeball with our tail foe today. Sometimes it be like that, you know? And there's nothing wrong with that. I think. Maybe it was canceled? No, he finished it? Wait, he finished it? Oh, I was under the impression it was like the middle of the story or something. Is he dead? Please be dead. Oh my god, he's dead! Oh wait, was he eating my cards? I didn't even notice. Oh my god, we got potion slots. Slay. Sacrifice. Every time you play 3 skills in a single turn, deal 5 damage to all enemies. Oh, that's so good! That's so good. I'm playing skills. I'm playing skills. Oh, it wasn't that he took my cards. It's that those were the ones that upgraded. I see. I kind of forgot what I was doing that for. It was for my Warhammer. What was even upgraded? A defend, a strike, maybe? Deadly poison? I wish I upgraded my gold cards, but looks like the hunt's upgraded. So that's something. That's pretty good. Who said Warhammer? For the Emperor! Rah! Oh my god, a Warhammer player. I don't know very much about Warhammer. And I think I get Warhammer and War Thunder mixed up. But I'm interested in the little figures that you paint. I think that's really fun. A very fun concept. Okay, do I rest? I don't really need to rest. We smith. Poison is triggered 2 additional times? Sheesh! Okay. This boss doesn't even know it's coming. And I'm not gonna have to say Ara Ara, and I'm gonna get $1. No, it's a big day to be fast. And I didn't even save scum. Pretty awesome. Slimed Berserker. That thing looks foul. Okay. Just 2 more. Just 2 more little guys. Oh, that's a sad little 2. 2 more little guys. Till this thing. I've never seen an Act 3 boss before. We're killing them. We're killing them. My beloved Black Templars. On our eternal crusade against enemies against the God Emperor. Yo. I'm not super familiar, but I think that sounds pretty awesome. He's gonna give me 10 status cards? That's crazy. Woof. Double bouncing flask. Neutralize. Pounce. I guess you can defend. Nothing really to defend from, but you know, we're chilling. There's way too much to explain. Like there's a YouTube link I can send to you. It's okay. I don't know. I think it's a cool concept, but I don't think it's something I would like genuinely get super into, you know? 175-hour course on Warhammer lore. Oh wowee. That's that's a lot of lore. That's some serious dedication, huh? Yeah, I couldn't even imagine recording that much. Okay. Oh, I should have done Noxious Fumes. So that's okay. It's okay, we're setting up. We're setting up, and I think he's like dead in 2 turns. Ah! Okay, poison is triggered 2 additional times. Wait, he's dead this time! Okay. Bleh. Bleh. Get out of here. Oh my god. My upgraded card is so OP. Sheesh. You cannot draw additional cards this turn. All cards in your hand are free to play this turn. I don't even think I have any draw cards. So that's kind of awesome. Give me that. Oh, it's been 10 minutes. I'm coming down. The time's changed from 36 minutes to 2 hours and 36 minutes. So it's more than 175 hours? Oh. Have you watched all of it? Have you graduated from Warhammer school? I don't know where I was. I think I was like this. Is my ear always blocking the chat? I don't really know. Surely it's chill. Okay, poison, go. Of course I have. Yo! Oh my god, you graduated. You got your PhD in Warhammer. Congratulations. Carrot package. Aw, thank you, Carrot. Thank you. My water's almost out. I'm like really savoring it. Frog. Wait, this is a frog? Sheesh. It's so cute. A frog on a beetle foe today. Okay, peck. Nice. I guess. I I guess that's true. But oh, it's time screen too. What a cutie. Back to Lucky's. I'm still staring at a blank canvas, so this time, with both you and another streamer in my ear at the same time! Oh my goodness. It's like we're communicating with each other. It's like we're having a conversation telepathically, me and the other streamer. Yeah. Where block is crazy. Ugh. Ugh. Okay, well he dies next turn, but I did get hurt from it quite a bit. Oh wait, sorry, the honeycombs don't have to be there anymore. Yippee! This is practice run. I have the Bible audiobook in Chinese in my left ear and Mozart in my right ear. Oh. What does that do? Is that like how you learn the secrets of the universe? Wow, bullet time is crazy. Sheesh. Sheesh. When they release new Warhammer games, I go into crazy hyperfixations and am dead to the world for it. Yo! Well, as long as you're still taking care of yourself. As long as you're still taking care of yourself, I'm really happy that you get so much enjoyment out of it. Except she's drawing and you're also drawing it away. Drawing cards, I suppose. Oh my god, I can be drawing. What is she drawing? What is she drawing? I'll draw with her. God, look at all these potions. Whenever you play a card this turn, the enemy loses 2 HP. That would go so well with bullet time. But if I don't have bullet time, then I think this is just wasting a card slot and hurting me. So let me just sacrifice it. Lost in her card games. Hey! Splingus! I love card games. I love card games. Is that such a crime? No, the only time to do that is Warhammer games and when Tarkov wiped. I do have some friends who are very into Tarkov. A model for her friends. Okay. This is my interpretation of that. Wow, don't look at that. Hold on. Clear everything. Where's the nice? Okay, here's my interpretation of that. Okay. What if I draw Splingus? Yeah, this is a model for a friend. This is Springus's springtime model. Yeah, you can tell because it's very cutesy. The crown is a little tilted, but you know, don't pay any attention to that. Oh, it's so hard to draw with the mouse. Spl. G. There you go, there's my interpretation. I sustain myself on water and Mountain Dew and beef jerky for 3 days. Beef jerky for 3 days! That's so crazy. Last Art, I'm so honored. Yeah! Yeah, this is my submission for model for a friend. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, pretty cool. Oh, I'm on the map. Teehee. Do I rest or do I smith? Damn. I'm pretty good on HP, but I'm also greedy for more HP. You know what I'm saying? I had to grind. It was wipe day. Oh, well, that's true. But couldn't you grind with a delicious slice of pizza? I will turn it into a JPEG and use it today. Wait, that's so cute. Um, shoot, if I knew you were doing that, I would have maybe made your crown straight. Um, Why would you ever need bullet time to cost 2? Apply 2 poison? Okay, hold on. Your next 2 skills are played an extra time. What would be the most beneficial? I wish I knew what this little freak Bob was. I don't know how many enemies there are for this fella. Like, noxious fumes could be good if there's a lot of little guys. How many shadow meld cost 0? Maybe that's the best. Maybe that's the best foe today. No, that's saucy and greasy and messy. Beef jerky though, protein and filling. Perfect for Tarkov grinding. Oh. I guess I see your point. That just does not sound very optimal. No, okay. This is our big boss? We have Queen and Torchhead Amalgam. Okay. This enemy intends to apply afflictions to your cards. Don't know what the inflictions will be, but I guess we'll see. Oh, I have 6 energy. I don't have to think about it too hard. Venom. We're going crazy with this setup phase. Oops. Oh, yeah. Do I apply 7 poison? I think I play it safe and just block. Look, this little guy's not doing any damage to me. Nothing about Tarkov is optimal? What the? Oh, I see. What? Afflictions. Bound. Only 1 bound card can be played each turn. Cards are unbound at the end of turn. Oh. That's kind of smelly. I feel like I should go for the queen first. If she's doing stuff to my cards. But she does have double the health. So maybe I won't do that anyway. I can only play one of these. 2 tools of the trade. I think it's better to get all your power cards out of the way. So they just do their thing. And you don't have to worry about drawing them anymore. Boss actually pays attention to upside down when her tail is in the way. Hey! Well, I look over at my second monitor to make sure everything's looking peachy keen for stream, and then it's like, wow, that is a big tail. Oh, okay. Why can we play one of these? That is so messed up. I can only play one of them anyway. Might as well get rid of one. Okay, so your next skill is played in extra time. The only skill I can play is Mirage, and that's not very helpful, is it? I want to do this so bad. Choose 1 out of 3 random colorless cards to add into your hand. It's free to play this turn. Wait, I'm gonna do the regen potion since it's the last fight anyway. Then see what this is about. Cold Axe! Deal damage equal to the number of cards played this combat. I'm trying to think of what build you'd have to do for that to be good. This is gonna be like 8 max. Deal 3 damage. At the start of your next turn, retain this to your hands. Oh, return, sorry. Bolas. Draw 2 cards. Put 1 card from your hand on top of your draw pile exhaust. Why are these kind of bad? I think I'll do thinking ahead, and I'm just not gonna play it because I can't draw cards this turn. get rid of that anyway. Am I eating all of this? I guess I'm eating all of that. Oh, I don't have Envenom. Wish I did. Ouch! Oh, stop doing that, please. Okay. Sekai to discard. Wow. Bound thing sucks. These synergize so well together. Okay, well, maybe not that one. Next skill is played in extra time. Would it double? Why did they take damage? I don't really know. Anyway, here's Wonderwall. I was gonna hum it, but I genuinely can't think of how Wonderwall goes. Like, I can think of the middle, but not the beginning. Oh my god! If an enemy has poison, apply 12 poison. Okay, got it. Please die. Oh man. Okay, well that thing's dead next turn. Now I just have to worry about the queen. Yuch! Ayo, final boss! Ah! I know, but it's looking sussy a little bit. Can I be honest with you? Okay, surely Bouncing Flask will not go on the torch head. Surely it will just go to the queen. Okay, lovely. Lovely, get out of here. This is the one me and Rose fought. You suck, got this? Yo, I think I do got this. Like, actually. Ah! It's a fine, I'm not dead. I think I... Man, these bound cards are rough. Wait, Azu, is this the one that you and Rose were able to win? Please say yes. Please tell me you were able to do this. I'm scared. Wait, bullet time doesn't even do anything because I can just afford everything else. Yeah. Oh, I should have played Shadow Meld first. It's fine. Everything is so chill and regular. Yeah, it was? Okay. I'm rooting for the boss! What the hell? That's so messed up. It's looking a little rough, but it could be worse. It could definitely... Look, we're gonna weaken them. Sheesh. And then pounce. Sheesh. And then I can only play one of these. Do I play it safe or do I do poison? I think I do poison. Surely that 4 block will carry. Surely over with glowing frost. I feel like you just want to see that. I don't think Azu particularly feels strongly about it. I think you do. But I think Azu wants me to lose so that Mick doesn't give me 100 bits and I have to say RR. I think nobody's on my side. Glowing frost. I feel so strong right now. What? See, look. I mean, I don't need to win Azu over. He's full of beans. Oh, she's not attacking. Slay. And then look at all this poison. Surely she dies like right here, maybe, perhaps. Because it does it 2 times? Is that real? I think it's real. Oh, it's not real. Okay, but she's dead next turn! Unless she goes crazy. Wow, that is so rough. I'm so glad things are happening in my favor. Oh, I shouldn't have done that. I didn't even see this when it was bound. Uh, 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 uh. Be cool, huh? Phase 2! Oh, that would be sad. Surely not. Oh my god, surely not! Yay! Everything is awesome! Oh my god, who are you? Not even an introduction? What is this little fella? The heart's over here. Why am I just attacking this guy? Victory. You dealt 1,240 damage to the architect. Architect. But it wasn't enough. You dealt a total of 1,240 damage to the architect. The architect still stands despite taking 2 more billion damage from all who have faced him. This game came out yesterday. That's such a big number. Sheesh. Oh my god, this is so awesome. Everything is cool when you're part of a team. That's so real. That's me right now. OMG, look, you died. I guess you got a jump. What the? No. There's no. That's just part of the game. Look, it says victory. It says victory. I locked in. I locked in so hard, and I didn't even save scum. I didn't even. I didn't even do what I was thinking I had to do. Sigh. Sigh. Oh my god. This is so cool. This is so cool. Oh. Be Act 3 with the silent to reveal this epoch. Oh. Fantastic trophies occupy this forsaken place. All were defeated one by one. Those marked by the silent always fall. I don't really know what that... Oh! Poison potion? Ghost in a jar? Cunning potion? Oh my god, we're unlocking potions? Sheesh! Ascensions? I unlocked Ascensions! We don't make the rules. It sounds like you are literally making the rules. And they're rigged against me. What is this? Sickness carrying a familiar scent. What the? Courses through the silence veins. The heart piece is slowly killing her. The grotesque trophy is hurled into the ocean, but the blight has no cure. She will die soon. What? What kind of lore is that? You're gonna die soon. Anyway, here's a paper crane. You discard a card, gain 3 block. Leak is better. You discard, deal 3 random. Okay. Okay. Slay, new relics. The clouds turn maliciously as the capital trembles beneath a storm so violent that none dare to leave their homes. 12 days later, the rain stops. The clouds remain, but the flame has gone out. The spire opens its door once more. I don't know what I did to unlock these two. Oh my god, Beatrice! That's so cute. Enemies' attacks deal 30% less damage for the next 4 turns. Whoa. That's quite nice. Basilisk gift, gain 1 ritual. Choose a card in your draw pile and add it to your hand. The potions are so cute in this game. I feel like in the first game, it was like the same like 3 shapes and then they're just different colors. But these are like actually kind of funny looking. This is so awesome. Most of these are just beat the game as X character, or reach this many points as X character, or reach this part X times. Oh. I see. Scribbles. I guess it says how you unlock it. Play or run with every character to reveal this epoch. Whoa. This is a nice little timeline. It seems like there's a lot to do, but not so many achievements that it's overwhelming, you know? I've been lost in the sauce at work. Did you win? I did win! I did it! I did it, and I didn't even save scum. Not even one single time. Yeah, what can I say? I'm a gamer. I'm a gamer. I be playing card games. I finished making frames of the Splingus you drew and will now use it on tonight's stream with the mixed salsa. Yippee! Oh my god! That's that's so cute. You don't have to do that. Oh man, I wish I locked in a little harder for your drawing. Wow, wow, this is so awesome. Yo, thank you for the bits. Thank you, thank you, thank you. That's so sweet of you. Oh, wow, wow. A good reward. What a good reward. I'm gonna go crazy. I'm gonna spend it all in one place. I'm gonna gamble it. Deal's a deal. Oh, thank you. Thank you for making a funny little deal with me. I'm sorry you didn't win. Hmm. No. I don't have time to play another one. Well, I guess I'll have to play another time. I am very curious about this swanky little fella. He's like a star. Look at his pose. Like, look at these guys. Alright, they're like attacking you. Like, he's not even attacking. He's just shrugging. I am very interested. But unfortunately, I do have to be somewhere in like an hour. And so I have to go get all cute. I have to go get all cute for the girlies. But thank you all for hanging out with me. I hope you had a great time. Thank you for, you know, being a chill fella. Reacha is my favorite so far, but I haven't tried the next one yet. It's your favorite one? That's so awesome. I can't wait to play it. I might low-key play it next week as well. I really like this game. Cobalt ore on the mines. Oh my goodness. Are you Minecraft brains? It's kind of awesome. I bought the big bit bundle for more wages later. Yo! You really just want an ara, huh? I'm on to you, Missy. I'm on to you a little bit. But yeah, thank you all for being here. I am not streaming tomorrow. I'm offline tomorrow. But I will be online next week. Yippee! Let's read. Let's trade Marshy. It looks like Marshy is streaming with Shrimp, and I think that is awesome. That sounds like an epic collab. So, let's go show them some love for their epic collab. Um, um, um. Here's a message. Here's a subreddit message if you're interested, and yeah, I hope you guys have a great weekend. You know, I'll be around in the Discord and stuff, and other people's streams. So, if you see me around, say hi. But yeah, have a good weekend. Happy Funky Monkey Friday. Make sure you drink plenty of water today. Yippee!